November 2024, A Celestial Storm Unleashes Global Upheaval and New Beginnings, by Ambrosius Holloway. Part 2 November 2024, The Tides of Change in Western Europe and the Nordic Countries. As the celestial dance unfolds in November 2024, Western Europe and the Nordic countries stand at the cusp of transformative shifts. Under the influence of key astrological transits, the region finds itself facing a crucial period of reflection, reform, and recalibration. The stars whisper of deep political, economic, and social changes, as each transit nudges nations toward decisions that will ripple far beyond their borders. Let's journey through the cosmos and explore how these planetary movements weave their influence into the intricate tapestry of Europe. November 1, 2024. Scorpio new moon trine Saturn, sextile Mercury, a quiet revolution in finance and governance. The month begins with a powerful Scorpio new moon, its intensity silently sweeping across the region like an autumn wind, stirring transformation beneath the surface. Scorpio's energy penetrates deeply, touching the heart of Western Europe's financial systems and resource management strategies. Saturn in Pisces lends stability to this transformative force, but also demands that long-standing issues be addressed with seriousness and structure. For the European Union, this transit could be the catalyst for major financial reforms. The global economy is in flux, and Europe must now face the uncomfortable truth of its vulnerabilities. Expect governments to move quietly at first, negotiating behind closed doors as Scorpio's penchant for secrecy dominates. The EU, in particular, may unveil ambitious plans for restructuring fiscal policies, with resource conservation becoming a central theme. In the Nordic countries, where sustainability has long been a priority, this transit may inspire even deeper commitments to environmental stewardship, pushing new legislation around energy conservation and ecological responsibility. Imagine the leaders of Norway and Sweden, sitting in dimly lit rooms, discussing how to fortify their economies against future crises while balancing their rich natural resources. These conversations may seem distant from the public eye, but they will lay the groundwork for reforms that will define the future of the continent. November 3, 2024. Mercury and Sagittarius, Voices of Expansion and Diplomacy. Mercury strides into Sagittarius, lighting up the skies with the fire of optimism and expansion. Conversations grow louder and more open. Diplomatic channels, which were once filled with whispers, now buzz with talk of trade agreements, education reforms, and global cooperation. The atmosphere is charged with a Sagittarian desire to explore new horizons, both ideologically and politically. In the halls of Brussels, the European Union's leaders may find themselves invigorated, as discussions surrounding migration policies and cross-border cooperation take center stage. The Nordic countries, too, may engage in spirited dialogues about educational reforms, long the pride of nations like Finland and Sweden. But as lofty ideas begin to take shape, there's a danger of overpromising. The ideals of Sagittarius can sometimes stretch beyond what is feasible, leaving governments to grapple with the challenge of matching ambition with action. Visualize the bright banners of optimism fluttering across Europe, where ideals of inclusivity and internationalism are debated in both parliaments and public squares. There's a collective yearning to break free from the constraints of the past and forge new paths, but not without the risk of overextension. November 5, 2024. Mars in Leo, the roar of bold leadership. Mars enters Leo, and suddenly, the political landscape in Western Europe and the Nordic countries ignites with boldness and flair. Leo's fire fuels leaders to step forward with confidence and charisma, each one eager to showcase their strength on both the domestic and international stages. France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, already powerhouses of European politics, may see their leaders adopt more aggressive stances, positioning themselves as dominant figures in global diplomacy. Yet this assertiveness may come at a cost. The combative energy of Mars in Leo could spark tensions both within and between nations. Expect heightened confrontations in parliamentary debates and a surge in political discourse as leaders seek to solidify their power. But this boldness won't only reside in the halls of government, the public, too, will feel the heat of Mars' influence. Social movements, emboldened by this fiery energy, could rise with renewed vigor, challenging governments on issues like climate change, economic inequality, and human rights. Picture the streets of Paris or Berlin, where activists march under banners calling for justice and reform. The people's voices, as fiery as Mars itself, demand to be heard, and they won't be silenced easily. It's a time of confrontation, yes, but also of courage and passion. November 12, 2024. Venus in Capricorn, the return of pragmatism and enduring partnerships. As Venus steps into the disciplined realm of Capricorn, a distinct shift in energy sweeps across Western Europe and the Nordic countries. Gone are the fiery debates and bold moves of earlier transits. In their place, a cool, calculated pragmatism begins to settle, reminding these nations that stability is built not on short-term gains but on careful, methodical planning. The Venusian influence in Capricorn brings a sobering sense of responsibility, particularly in matters of economy and diplomacy, demanding that leaders ground their ambitions in reality. In the great financial centers of Europe, from the sleek, glass buildings of the European Central Bank in Frankfurt to the understated elegance of Denmark's national banks, the mood turns cautious. There's a growing understanding that the global economy remains fragile, and any misstep could trigger waves that might be difficult to recover from. This is not the time for reckless ventures or speculative investments. Instead, Western Europe and the Nordic countries focus on fortifying their financial structures, laying the groundwork for resilience in a world that feels increasingly unpredictable. Building resilience, the path forward for Europe. The transit of Venus through Capricorn encourages governments to turn their attention toward long-term economic stability. Picture the quiet discussions in the boardrooms of national banks, where risk mitigation strategies dominate conversations. Countries like Norway and Denmark, already leaders in sustainable energy, may double down on green energy initiatives. This is a moment where European nations can strengthen their independence from foreign energy supplies, a necessity driven home by recent geopolitical tensions. The cold winds of Venus in Capricorn urge leaders to invest in infrastructure that will serve not only today but the generations to come. In France, Germany, and Sweden, the push for sustainable technologies gains momentum. There is a quiet but determined movement toward building robust systems, wind farms, solar energy grids, and advanced recycling infrastructures that will make Europe less dependent on volatile global markets. The leaders of these countries know that Venus in Capricorn doesn't just ask for plans, it demands action, rooted in the real world and fortified by patience. Strategic diplomacy, quiet moves with global impacts. But it's not just the economy that feels the touch of Venus in Capricorn. Diplomacy, too, takes on a new form, favoring structure, formality, and long-term alliances. In Brussels, the European Union gathers its members to focus on what really matters, strengthening ties both within Europe and across the globe. The EU, with its intricate web of economic agreements, regulatory frameworks, and diplomatic efforts, is poised to take a leading role in addressing climate change, advocating for international trade partnerships, and reinforcing global governance structures like the United Nations and World Trade Organization. The cold clarity of Capricorn reminds European diplomats that the world is watching, and their actions today will shape tomorrow's alliances. Nations like Germany and Finland, known for their diplomatic prowess, may spearhead initiatives aimed at fostering deeper international cooperation. Quietly, behind closed doors, deals are brokered, agreements are signed, and Europe's place in the global order is solidified. Not with bold speeches but with the steady hand of Capricornian discipline. The power of institutions, guardians of stability. In this transformative period, key organizations take center stage. The European Union, with its emphasis on economic cooperation, continues to drive financial reforms, guided by Scorpio's earlier push for transformation. The EU's regulatory frameworks will likely lead the charge in stabilizing Europe's financial markets, ensuring that nations don't stray into risky territory. Meanwhile, NATO, emboldened by Mars in Leo's earlier influence, may see heightened defense strategies as Western Europe reaffirms its commitment to collective security. As economic stability intertwines with political strength, defense organizations like NATO play a vital role in maintaining the balance of power, particularly in a world rife with uncertainty. Institutions such as the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and World Economic Forum, WEF, also find themselves playing crucial roles, offering counsel and frameworks for long-term financial resilience. Venus in Capricorn doesn't just influence Europe, it echoes across the globe, encouraging a collective focus on sustainable, stability-driven policies that will guide nations through the complex challenges of the global market. November 15, 2024, a cosmic turning point for Western Europe and the Nordic countries. The night sky on November 15, 2024, holds more than stars, it carries the weight of transformation. In this moment, the cosmic forces invite Western Europe and the Nordic nations to confront their most pressing challenges head-on, guiding them through pivotal shifts in political dynamics, economic strategies, and social movements. Saturn's direct motion in Pisces and a full moon in Taurus converge, setting the stage for a critical reassessment of the region's priorities. The planets are not merely distant spectators, they are actors, weaving a tale of recalibration, reform, and resilience. Saturn direct in Pisces, rekindling humanity's flame. The return of Saturn to direct motion in Pisces marks a profound shift in momentum for Western Europe and the Nordic countries. For months, Saturn's retrograde called for introspection, forcing governments and institutions to reflect on the cracks in their social and healthcare systems. Now, as Saturn stations direct, the time for reflection ends, and the era of action begins. In the Nordic countries, where social welfare systems already stand as beacons of equity and care, this transit brings a renewed focus on humanity's most vulnerable. Picture the discussions in the parliaments of Norway and Sweden as leaders emerge with plans to fortify their healthcare infrastructures, expanding mental health services, elder care, and support for refugees. These nations, long known for their progressive social policies, now face the challenge of evolving those systems to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world. The very foundations of welfare are being reinforced, with compassion and care at the forefront. Across Western Europe, Saturn's direct motion serves as a call to action. The EU, having spent months rethinking public health strategies, is now poised to drive integration across its member states. Leaders in Brussels, Paris, and Berlin debate healthcare reform with urgency, knowing that the lessons learned during Saturn's retrograde cannot be ignored. Institutions like the European Health Union take on a newfound sense of importance, advocating for policies that reflect the region's commitment to equitable, sustainable healthcare. Saturn in Pisces personifies the steady hand of responsibility. It reminds these regions that while the road to progress is long, each step forward must be grounded in empathy and foresight. Full moon in Taurus, the battle for economic security. As the full moon illuminates the sky in the steadfast sign of Taurus, the focus shifts to the tangible, the earth beneath our feet, the resources we hold, and the wealth we must protect. For Western Europe and the Nordic nations, the light of this full moon reveals both the strengths and vulnerabilities in their financial systems and resource management. In the financial districts of London, Frankfurt, and Stockholm, there's a palpable sense of urgency. The markets, already volatile from global uncertainty, now face the steadying yet demanding energy of Taurus. Inflation looms, energy shortages threaten stability, and governments scramble to safeguard their economies. The full moon calls for reassessment, urging leaders to rethink their strategies and implement policies that ensure long-term security. For resource-driven industries, agriculture, energy, and technology, the stakes are even higher. Taurus, an earth sign, emphasizes the need for stability, especially in countries like Norway, a major energy exporter. Energy security becomes a central issue, with governments contemplating emergency measures or subsidies to protect citizens from rising costs and supply shortages. In Denmark and Sweden, agricultural policies are re-evaluated, with sustainability taking center stage. The push for renewable energy and green technologies intensifies, driven by both the pragmatic demands of Taurus and the pressing reality of climate change. This full moon in Taurus is not just a moment of reflection, it is a catalyst. It forces leaders to confront the hard truths about their economic vulnerabilities and compels them to act with precision and care. The stakes have never been higher, and the decisions made now will ripple across the coming years. Jupiter retrograde in Gemini. Navigating the maze of uncertainty. As Jupiter begins its retrograde motion in the ever-curious sign of Gemini, Western Europe and the Nordic countries are thrust into a period of financial and diplomatic uncertainty. What seemed like clear paths ahead now appear riddled with miscommunications, delays, and scattered interests. Gemini, with its dual nature, pulls attention in too many directions at once, making it difficult for leaders to focus on singular goals. For nations like Germany and the United Kingdom, this retrograde introduces complications in negotiations and trade agreements, particularly in their delicate relationships with the European Union and other international bodies. Picture this. Policymakers in Berlin sit around long tables, carefully analyzing financial data, only to find that miscalculations have thrown months of negotiations off course. In London, trade discussions falter as multiple interests clash, creating confusion and slowing the process. Jupiter retrograde doesn't just delay, it scrambles intentions, making it harder for these nations to maintain clear, consistent policies. The retrograde's influence also extends to resource-based economies, which are hit with fluctuating fortunes. Governments must now walk a fine line between expanding economic initiatives and managing their dwindling natural resources. Across Western Europe, there's an urgent push to develop alternative energy sources, wind farms along the Danish coast, solar panels lining the rooftops of Germany's cities, and sustainable agricultural reforms in France. Climate change, along with geopolitical pressures, amplifies the urgency to secure food and energy supplies. It's a precarious balancing act, and under Jupiter retrograde's fickle gaze, nothing feels certain. Jupiter-Saturn square, the tug of war between growth and restraint. Amid these transformative forces, the tension between expansive Jupiter and restrictive Saturn casts a shadow over the day. The Jupiter-Saturn square signals a moment of conflict, growth versus restraint, optimism versus realism. For Western Europe and the Nordic nations, this aspect embodies the delicate balance between pushing forward and holding back. In political arenas, this tension plays out in real time. Leaders, driven by the promise of growth, seek to expand trade agreements, invest in technological innovation, and foster international partnerships. Yet Saturn's stern presence reminds them that unchecked growth can lead to instability. In France, Germany, and the UK, debates over economic policy become more heated, as political factions clash over the best path forward. Should they pursue rapid expansion, or should they proceed cautiously, ensuring that every step is measured and secure? The energy of the square permeates social movements as well. Grassroots organizations, fueled by Jupiter's hope for progress, push for greater environmental protections, economic equality, and social justice. But they, too, feel the weight of Saturn's caution. Their demands for change are met with resistance, not because their causes lack merit but because the road to reform is fraught with complexity. This square challenges Europe to find balance, to temper ambition with wisdom, and to grow without losing sight of the foundations that have brought it this far. As if the confusion of Jupiter retrograde wasn't enough, the Jupiter-Saturn square intensifies the tension by pitting expansion against restraint. For Western Europe and the Nordic countries, this aspect challenges leaders to make decisions that could either propel their nations forward or pull them back into a cautious holding pattern. In France, Denmark, and other countries with strong social welfare systems and technological ambitions, the struggle becomes real. The growth sectors, education, law, media, are Sagittarian playgrounds, brimming with potential for innovation and expansion. Yet Saturn, ever the stern taskmaster in this cosmic dance, demands responsibility and restraint. Educational reforms, long discussed in French parliaments and Danish councils, now face harsh scrutiny. What once seemed like sweeping changes to media freedom and educational access may be tempered by the harsh realities of resource management and budgetary constraints. In the Nordic countries, known for their progressive stances on technology and social reform, the square's energy forces tough decisions. Do they push forward with ambitious plans to expand their renewable energy sectors, or do they hold back, cautious not to overextend their resources? The tension here is palpable. Leaders know that one misstep could unravel years of careful planning, especially in sectors heavily tied to both economic and social stability. This Jupiter-Saturn square acts as a pressure cooker. Governments across Western Europe and the Nordic regions are under immense strain, trying to strategize for the future while respecting the limitations of their present resources. It's a balancing act that will require not just vision, but discipline. Mid-November 2024, the dawn of innovation and discipline. As mid-November 2024 approaches, the celestial skies offer Western Europe and the Nordic countries a rare opportunity to blend vision with strategy. The Saturn-Uranus sextile and the Jupiter-Uranus sextile create a powerful synergy, encouraging bold innovations grounded in practicality. This moment is not just about dreaming of the future but about building it with intention, ensuring that every step forward is supported by strong foundations. These transits signal a pivotal moment where long-term solutions for economic stability and environmental resilience become the focus, guiding the region into a new era of progress. Saturn-Uranus sextile, innovation meets discipline. The Saturn-Uranus sextile brings an air of disciplined innovation to Western Europe and the Nordic countries, a harmony that promises both breakthrough and sustainability. In these regions, where technological prowess and environmental awareness are already deeply intertwined, this transit fosters an ideal environment for reforms in agriculture, finance, and energy to take root and flourish. Imagine the Nordic countries, already global leaders in renewable energy, now taking leaps forward in wind and hydroelectric power. Saturn's steady hand ensures that these innovations are not fleeting but instead woven into the long-term strategies that will shape the future. Uranus in Taurus, with its grounding influence, enhances breakthroughs in resource management, pointing toward advancements in energy storage systems, eco-friendly agricultural practices, and sustainable urban planning. In Denmark, for example, where the winds off the North Sea power entire cities, governments may now push for even more ambitious energy goals. Picture cutting-edge wind farms equipped with revolutionary storage systems that ensure a consistent energy supply, even during the stillest of days. In Sweden and Norway, hydroelectric power becomes even more efficient, with innovations allowing these nations to export clean energy while further reducing their carbon footprints. These aren't just fleeting improvements, they are game-changing innovations that redefine how these nations approach sustainability. In Western Europe, this aspect encourages governments to turn to technology as a means of securing economic resilience. Agricultural sectors across France and Germany could embrace cutting-edge techniques in vertical farming and precision agriculture, ensuring food security even as climate change threatens traditional methods. The combination of Saturn's pragmatism and Uranus's futuristic vision signals that these changes will be permanent, lasting long after the transit has passed. Jupiter-Uranus sextile, pushing financial and technological boundaries. While Saturn and Uranus work to solidify long-term strategies, the Jupiter-Uranus sextile brings a burst of visionary thinking to the economic and technological realms. This aspect encourages Western Europe to explore radical solutions to financial instability and market volatility, offering countries the chance to rethink traditional models and introduce innovative economic frameworks. Under this influence, institutions like the European Central Bank, ECB, may explore transformative ideas such as digital currencies or decentralized financial systems. The volatility of global markets and the growing concerns over resource scarcity push these governments to think outside the box. Imagine a scenario where the ECB, traditionally cautious and conservative, suddenly becomes the epicenter of financial innovation, introducing digital currencies that are not only secure but also environmentally sustainable. This Jupiter-Uranus sextile, with its expansive, daring energy, makes such leaps not only possible but likely. In countries like Finland and Germany, where research and development are already driving forces of the economy, scientific progress accelerates. Climate change research, renewable energy technologies, and healthcare innovations are set to skyrocket. Picture laboratories buzzing with activity as scientists work on groundbreaking projects aimed at reducing carbon emissions or creating new forms of sustainable agriculture. These countries may find themselves leading the charge on global initiatives, becoming the architects of the world's future solutions to climate change and healthcare challenges. November 17–18, 2024, the harmonious dance of diplomacy and stability. As mid-November unfolds, the cosmic landscape ushers in a wave of diplomatic progress and financial stabilization. With Mercury trine Jupiter and Saturn trine Venus, Western Europe and the Nordic countries find themselves in a rare moment where intellectual expansion, cross-cultural exchange, and financial prudence converge. These transits offer the region a unique opportunity to balance visionary thinking with grounded strategies, paving the way for sustainable growth and long-term partnerships. Mercury trine Jupiter, expanding horizons through diplomatic and educational reforms. On November 17, 2024, the Mercury-Jupiter trine casts its influence over Europe, opening the door for intellectual growth, diplomatic achievements, and the flourishing of cross-cultural exchanges. In this harmonious alignment, Mercury, the planet of communication, joins forces with Jupiter, the ruler of expansion and wisdom, amplifying discussions that transcend borders. Western Europe and the Nordic countries, known for their forward-thinking policies, now have the cosmic support to dive into meaningful diplomatic negotiations. Expect the European Union and the Nordic Council to initiate discussions aimed at tackling global trade complexities, climate agreements, and strengthening relationships with regions beyond their immediate sphere. With Mercury in play, these negotiations are marked by clarity and precision, while Jupiter encourages leaders to think on a grand scale, seeking fairness and justice in their international dealings. Countries like Sweden, Denmark, and Germany, renowned for their progressive education systems, could seize this opportunity to expand educational reforms. Picture classrooms in Copenhagen and Berlin, where new, inclusive curricula reflect a growing commitment to global perspectives, encouraging student exchanges and international collaborations. This is a time when the intellectual capital of these nations is celebrated, with universities and academic institutions leading the charge in fostering global academic partnerships. However, as Europe's leaders engage in bold diplomatic ventures, the expansive energy of Jupiter brings a gentle reminder: think big, but remain grounded. Overpromising or overextending resources can be tempting under Jupiter's influence, but the success of these negotiations hinges on a balance between visionary goals and practical execution. Saturn-Venus trine, solidifying financial and diplomatic foundations. Just a day later, on November 18, the stabilizing force of the Saturn-Venus trine graces the skies, grounding the lofty ambitions of the previous day's Mercury-Jupiter trine with the practicalities of financial and diplomatic resilience. Saturn, the planet of discipline and structure, pairs with Venus, the planet of harmony and resources, to create an atmosphere where long-term financial strategies take precedence over short-term gains. In the financial capitals of Europe, from Frankfurt to Oslo, this trine ushers in a period of deep reflection and cautious planning. Nations like Germany, France, and Norway, which have long been champions of financial stability, are likely to push for greater integration within the European Union, advocating for fiscal policies that support sustainability and resilience. Discussions around renewable energy investments and infrastructure projects could gain momentum, with these nations emphasizing the importance of planning for the future in the face of environmental and economic challenges. The Saturn-Venus trine also strengthens diplomatic partnerships, encouraging Western European and Nordic countries to forge enduring alliances. With Saturn's influence, these partnerships are not built on fleeting agreements but on carefully crafted, mutually beneficial deals that can withstand the test of time. In the halls of the European Central Bank, ECB, and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, leaders may finalize financial agreements that prioritize long-term growth, ensuring that nations act with prudence and caution. Picture European leaders sitting down with measured confidence, knowing that the decisions they make now will shape the future of their economies for decades to come. In the Nordic countries, where financial caution and diplomatic balance have long been cornerstones of governance, this trine offers an opportunity to lead the charge in crafting international policies that focus on sustainability and resilience. Norway, with its vast energy resources, could spearhead initiatives aimed at environmental sustainability, while Denmark may push for multilateral agreements that prioritize climate goals and responsible resource management. November 18, 2024, Neptune-Sun trine, the rise of compassionate leadership. As the celestial influence of the Neptune-Sun trine settles over Western Europe and the Nordic countries on November 18, 2024, the atmosphere brims with a profound sense of collective purpose. This harmonious alignment between Neptune, the planet of compassion and higher ideals, and the Sun, representing leadership and vitality, brings with it a wave of empathetic governance and humanitarian vision. It's a moment where political and social leaders are drawn toward the common good, their focus widening beyond national borders to embrace global challenges. Compassionate leadership takes center stage. This Neptune-Sun trine invites the leaders of Western Europe and the Nordic countries to lead with their hearts, guiding their policies toward the betterment of society as a whole. Governments, long tasked with managing economic and political realities, now find themselves inspired to prioritize the well-being of the collective. Picture leaders in Berlin, Stockholm, and Copenhagen discussing how to address the most pressing global crises, migration, poverty, and climate change, with a renewed commitment to humanity. These conversations are not just about short-term fixes, they are imbued with a deeper sense of moral responsibility. Humanitarian organizations like the Red Cross and Amnesty International could see a surge in support from European governments eager to take active roles in promoting social justice and human rights. Neptune's influence dissolves the barriers between nations, encouraging a broader perspective that embraces global citizenship. Leaders look beyond national interests and see themselves as stewards of the world, prompting new initiatives in refugee support, climate resilience, and addressing global health crises. With this transit, the region is poised to become a beacon of compassionate governance, demonstrating to the rest of the world that empathy and action can coexist in policy. Nordic leadership in humanitarian and environmental initiatives. The Nordic countries, with their long-standing commitment to social welfare and humanitarian leadership, rise to the occasion during this transit. Countries like Sweden and Norway, already known for their progressive stances on environmental sustainability and fair trade, could push even further. Neptune's compassionate energy drives them to strengthen their roles on the global stage, leading international efforts to combat climate change, promote social justice, and ensure fair trade practices. Imagine the Nordic Council, already a key player in fostering cooperation among the Scandinavian nations, taking on an even more prominent role in shaping international discussions on climate action and economic equality. Sweden, for instance, may spearhead efforts to develop new, sustainable policies that balance economic growth with environmental conservation, setting an example for the rest of the world to follow. Norway, with its vast natural resources, could use its influence to promote equitable resource management and advocate for stronger environmental protections. As these nations lead, the rest of Europe follows. Western European governments may begin implementing similar policies, driven by Neptune's call for unity and compassion. The power of this alignment is not just in the immediate actions it inspires but in the long-term, structural changes it sets in motion. The power of cultural diplomacy and soft power. In addition to political and humanitarian initiatives, the Neptune-Sun trine opens the door for soft power diplomacy, where cultural and artistic exchanges become powerful tools for global unity. Western European nations, rich in cultural history, may engage in diplomatic efforts that rely on the arts, media, and cultural dialogue to foster mutual understanding with other regions. Picture France hosting global cultural summits, where artists and intellectuals from around the world gather to discuss how art can address societal issues like climate change or social inequality. In the spirit of Neptune's energy, this type of cultural diplomacy moves beyond economic and political goals, seeking instead to build bridges between nations on a more human, emotional level. From Germany's renowned orchestras to Denmark's contemporary art scenes, cultural initiatives may gain traction, with governments investing in programs that promote international understanding and peace. The arts become a vehicle for Neptune's ideals, helping to break down borders, challenge prejudice, and promote a vision of global unity. Organizations and global influence, a surge of cooperation. The influence of the Neptune-Sun trine extends far beyond individual nations, resonating within international organizations. The European Union, EU, World Health Organization, WHO, and United Nations, ONU, are particularly well positioned to harness this energy, pushing forward initiatives that reflect a collective, humanitarian spirit. Under this cosmic influence, the EU could take decisive action to promote unity among its member states while also stepping into a leadership role in global discussions on economic stability and humanitarian aid. Expect the EU to play a significant part in rallying international support for global health initiatives, climate resilience, and migration reform. The Neptune-Sun trine provides an ideal backdrop for long-term partnerships, with European nations driving efforts to address the challenges of poverty and inequality on a global scale. The influence of this transit encourages cooperation over conflict, making this a pivotal moment for international diplomacy and governance. Meanwhile, the Nordic Council may emerge as a thought leader in shaping global policies on climate action and economic equality. The stabilizing influence of the Saturn-Venus trine, combined with Neptune's compassionate energy, enables these nations to craft policies that resonate on a global scale, particularly in areas related to environmental sustainability and social justice. November 22, 2024, the fiery pulse of diplomacy and leadership. As the cosmic stage sets on November 22, 2024, the Sun enters bold Sagittarius, while the Moon ignites in the royal sign of Leo. Together, these transits create an atmosphere thick with ambition, optimism, and a fervent sense of leadership. Western Europe and the Nordic countries will feel the intensity of this energy as it fuels diplomatic initiatives, leadership dynamics, and efforts toward economic stability. This is a moment when nations are inspired to act on the global stage, rallying their citizens around grand visions of progress and pride. Yet, alongside the optimism, the weight of economic management remains ever present, demanding that leaders balance ambition with pragmatism. Sun in Sagittarius, expanding horizons through diplomacy and law. As the Sun moves into expansive Sagittarius, a wave of intellectual pursuit and international collaboration sweeps across Western Europe and the Nordic nations. Sagittarius, ruled by Jupiter, the planet of wisdom and expansion, illuminates a path toward forging new diplomatic alliances, driving legal reforms, and solidifying transnational cooperation. In the political corridors of Berlin, Paris, and Brussels, the discussions shift toward grander ideals: global trade agreements, climate policies, and the creation of international legal frameworks that reflect the shared values of justice and sustainability. Under the Sun's Sagittarian influence, optimism thrives. Diplomatic efforts within the European Union, EU, take on a new vigor, as member states seek to strengthen alliances on issues like climate change and trade. The Sun's energy encourages Germany, France, and Denmark to take the lead in negotiating cooperative frameworks in forums such as the United Nations, ONU, and the World Trade Organization, WTO. These nations will likely push for fair trade practices, ensuring that global commerce remains balanced in a world grappling with resource scarcity and technological advancement. Legal reforms also come into focus, especially concerning emerging technologies. Countries like France and Sweden may advocate for updated legal frameworks that address issues such as data privacy, artificial intelligence, and intellectual property rights. These reforms, fueled by Sagittarius' philosophical lens, aim to ensure that technological advancements align with ethical standards and global cooperation. Education, a cornerstone of Sagittarian ideals, will see fresh initiatives. Finland, already a global leader in education, may push for reforms that promote cross-border academic collaborations and create more inclusive policies for integrating migrants and refugees. With Sagittarius' expansive energy, the vision of education goes beyond national boundaries, seeking to build a globally interconnected system of learning that fosters understanding, inclusion, and innovation. Moon in Leo, the call for strong leadership and national pride. At the same time, the Moon in Leo adds an emotional charge to the day, lighting a fire of national pride and leadership across Western Europe and the Nordic countries. Leo's energy, dramatic, bold, and passionate, turns the public's gaze toward their leaders. The emotional climate is ripe for charismatic figures to rise, as citizens become more invested in their leadership's vision and direction. Countries with strong national identities, such as France and the United Kingdom, will feel this energy acutely. Expect political figures to step into the spotlight, delivering rousing speeches that evoke emotion and stir public sentiment. In France, perhaps at the foot of the Eiffel Tower or in the grand halls of the Élysée Palace, leaders will stand before their citizens, calling for unity and strength in the face of economic and political challenges. Those who embody Leo's confidence and creativity may see their popularity soar, while those who fail to project the necessary strength could face harsh criticism. The Moon in Leo will likely spark public demonstrations and rallies, where national pride and leadership are at the forefront of debate. In the United Kingdom, citizens may rally around strong, assertive figures who champion sovereignty and national unity. However, this same energy could fuel polarization, as debates over national direction, identity, and leadership qualities take center stage. Public discourse will be driven by Leo's fiery need for self-expression and sovereignty, and this emotional connection between leaders and the populace could either unite or further divide nations depending on how leadership is perceived. Diplomacy, leadership, and the tension between vision and reality. The combination of the Sun in Sagittarius and the Moon in Leo sets a stage for grand diplomatic and leadership aspirations across Western Europe and the Nordic countries. On one hand, Sagittarius pushes for global cooperation, legal reforms, and educational advancements that open doors to the future. On the other, Leo demands strong, visionary leadership, with a focus on national pride and emotional connection between the people and their leaders. In Nordic countries like Sweden and Denmark, which are traditionally more measured in their political approach, this Leo energy might manifest in bolder public figures stepping forward. Imagine the Danish Prime Minister delivering speeches that not only focus on Denmark's climate leadership but also evoke a deep sense of national pride, calling the nation to continue its role as a global example in environmental stewardship. In Germany, the Sun in Sagittarius encourages leaders to continue diplomatic efforts that align with global justice and fairness. Germany, already a strong voice in international trade and climate negotiations, may use this time to solidify new agreements that balance its national interests with its responsibilities as a global leader. But with Leo's emotional charge in the background, the German public will scrutinize their leader's ability to inspire and lead with confidence. November 22, 2024, Leo rising and Taurus midheaven, a cosmic call for sovereignty and stability. As the Sun strides into Sagittarius on November 22, 2024, with Leo rising and a Taurus midheaven in play, the cosmic blueprint invites Western Europe and the Nordic countries to embrace a dynamic balance between assertive leadership and economic stability. The energy of Leo rising sets the tone, amplifying themes of sovereignty, national pride, and the bold expression of identity. At the same time, the Taurus midheaven, rooted in practicality, demands that governments ground their ambitions in the material reality of financial security and resource management. This duality between the fiery sovereignty of Leo and the steadfast values of Taurus defines the day's influence, pushing these nations to assert their leadership while carefully managing their economic futures. Leo rising, a surge in national sovereignty and leadership. With Leo rising at the moment of the Sun's ingress into Sagittarius, the energy of leadership and sovereignty surges to the forefront. Nations across Western Europe and the Nordic region may find themselves reasserting their independence on the global stage, highlighting their unique cultural identities, achievements, and political sovereignty. This rising sign fuels an atmosphere where leaders are not just figureheads but charismatic symbols of national pride, and political rhetoric is likely to reflect this heightened focus on self-expression and autonomy. For countries like France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, expect a noticeable emphasis on their roles within international alliances such as the European Union, EU, and NATO. While collaboration remains a priority, the Leo influence encourages these nations to assert their sovereignty, ensuring that their national interests are upheld within larger global frameworks. Political speeches may echo with themes of self-reliance, highlighting the importance of maintaining control over borders, resources, and cultural heritage amidst the shifting tides of global trade, immigration, and security concerns. The Leo rising also amplifies leadership dynamics. Public figures will feel compelled to project strength and vision, and the populace will resonate with leaders who embody the confidence and boldness of Leo. In countries where leadership charisma is closely tied to public approval, like France and the UK, expect political figures to take center stage, using the powerful influence of Leo to rally national unity and assert their global influence. Taurus midheaven, grounding in economic stability and resource management. While the Leo rising stirs the flames of national pride and leadership, the Taurus midheaven offers a stabilizing counterbalance, directing governments to remain anchored in the practical demands of financial stability and resource management. Taurus, known for its focus on material security and sustainability, reminds leaders that long-term success is built on a foundation of economic resilience and careful resource allocation. For the Nordic countries, already champions of sustainability and renewable energy, this influence may manifest as an intensification of efforts to create policies that ensure not only environmental stewardship but also economic stability in the face of global market fluctuations. Sweden, Norway, and Denmark are likely to advance initiatives focused on sustainable trade practices, energy independence, and infrastructure investments that safeguard both their economic futures and natural resources. The emphasis on Taurus material values encourages nations to approach trade, agriculture, and energy management with caution, but also with strategic foresight. Countries like Germany and France, major players in European trade, may opt for cautious but innovative policies that prioritize long-term financial health over short-term political or emotional gains. The combination of Leo's bold leadership and Taurus' practical grounding means that these governments will seek to balance national pride with the economic realities that ensure stability. Expect policy discussions to focus on strengthening financial resilience in response to global energy concerns or market volatility. Leaders will likely take steps to ensure that their nation's resources, whether agricultural, technological, or energy-related, are managed sustainably, positioning themselves for long-term economic growth amidst the potential turbulence caused by shifts in global trade. Organizations and global cooperation. Sagittarius influence on diplomacy and reform. The Sun's journey into Sagittarius further energizes Western Europe and the Nordic nations to engage with global diplomatic initiatives and international cooperation. Sagittarius, ruled by expansive Jupiter, encourages these regions to push forward with optimistic and forward-thinking policies that champion justice, education, and cultural exchange. Under this Sagittarian influence, organizations like the European Union, NATO, and the Nordic Council will likely be at the forefront of crafting diplomatic initiatives and legal reforms that strengthen international partnerships. The intellectual and optimistic energy of Sagittarius promotes open dialogue and innovative solutions, particularly in areas like climate policy, migration reform, and international law. For Western European nations deeply involved in global diplomacy, this period presents a ripe opportunity to propose or participate in new international agreements. Countries like Germany and France may lead efforts to establish legal frameworks that govern emerging technologies, ensure environmental protection, and promote human rights across borders. These nations are likely to push for visionary policies, using the expansive Sagittarian energy to engage with global organizations on issues that resonate with long-term global stability. In parallel, the emotional fervor driven by the moon in Leo will put leadership qualities under the microscope, particularly within international organizations. Prominent political figures from Western Europe and the Nordic countries may be called upon to take on leading roles in global discussions, whether it's addressing climate change at the UN or navigating humanitarian aid crises through the World Health Organization. Leaders who embody the charismatic confidence of Leo will find themselves in the spotlight, tasked with representing their nations on the global stage and crafting solutions that blend emotional resonance with practical outcomes. November 22, 2024, Saturn-Mercury trine and Mercury retrograde, a time of structured progress and reflective pause. As Western Europe and the Nordic countries move into late November 2024, the astrological landscape takes a decisive turn. From the structured diplomacy of the Saturn-Mercury trine on November 22 to the more reflective, potentially disruptive energy of Mercury retrograde beginning on November 25, this period promises both opportunities for progress and challenges for policy and communication. The delicate balance between long-term planning and the need for reassessment will define the political and economic discourse across these regions, as governments, institutions, and leaders navigate the nuances of this dual influence. Saturn-Mercury trine, structured diplomacy and long-term planning. The Saturn-Mercury trine on November 22 casts a serious and focused atmosphere over Western Europe and the Nordic countries, creating an ideal environment for strategic discussions and long-term planning. Saturn, the planet of discipline and responsibility, aligns harmoniously with Mercury, the ruler of communication and intellect, forming a powerful combination that encourages thoughtful, structured conversations. Expect the governments of Germany, France, and the Nordic nations to engage in crucial negotiations during this time, especially in the realms of trade, finance, and climate policy. These discussions are likely to take on a pragmatic tone, with leaders prioritizing long-term stability over short-term gains. Renewable energy initiatives, infrastructure development, and sustainable agricultural policies will be high on the agenda, particularly for the Nordic countries, which have long been global leaders in environmental responsibility. The influence of Saturn ensures that the policies crafted during this period are designed with longevity in mind. There is a strong emphasis on fiscal responsibility and economic reform, as these nations seek to fortify their financial systems against future uncertainties. Picture leaders in Brussels or Oslo, seated at long tables, discussing economic strategies that prioritize resilience, ensuring their economies are robust enough to weather future global shocks. In addition to financial reforms, the Saturn-Mercury trine will encourage careful legal planning, particularly in areas such as digital governance, international law, and migration policy. These are sensitive, complex issues that require thoughtful, long-term solutions. Western European and Nordic countries may push forward with agreements that not only address current challenges but also set the groundwork for future stability. Discussions surrounding digital privacy laws, cross-border migration frameworks, and international agreements on climate change could dominate the agenda during this phase. Mercury retrograde, reassessment, delays, and reflection. However, the tone changes on November 25, when Mercury retrograde begins, signaling a shift from structured, forward-moving progress to a period of reflection and reassessment. The retrograde's influence slows down momentum, introducing delays and potential miscommunications in areas related to governance, trade, and education. For Western Europe and the Nordic countries, this means that the agreements and policies initiated earlier in the month may require re-evaluation or fine-tuning as obstacles and challenges arise. One of the most significant impacts of Mercury retrograde will be felt in the area of international trade. As global economies are interlinked, particularly within the European Union, the retrograde could disrupt supply chains and create logistical delays. Countries like Germany and the Netherlands, which rely heavily on export markets and global trade partnerships, may experience setbacks as miscommunications and technical issues hinder smooth operations. Negotiations initiated during the Saturn-Mercury trine could hit roadblocks, prompting governments to reassess their strategies to avoid further complications. In addition to trade disruptions, travel and transportation issues may surface, especially as Mercury governs movement. Policies related to cross-border travel, immigration, or the Schengen area may face delays or come under review. Governments might find themselves revisiting travel regulations or tightening immigration policies to address emerging challenges. Public transit systems, too, could experience hiccups, with delays or cancellations affecting both daily commutes and international travel. Mercury retrograde also impacts the realm of education, particularly as countries across Europe and the Nordic region continue to integrate technological advancements into their school systems. In Sweden, Denmark, and Finland, nations known for their cutting-edge educational models, this period may spark a re-examination of how digital tools are used in classrooms or how international student exchanges are managed. However, expect delays in implementing these reforms, as retrograde energy often calls for revision and reassessment before finalization. Balancing progress and reflection. Navigating the tension. The period from November 22 to 25 presents a unique challenge for Western Europe and the Nordic countries. The Saturn-Mercury trine offers a solid foundation for structured planning and disciplined communication, allowing these regions to make significant progress in diplomacy, trade, and environmental policy. Yet, as Mercury turns retrograde, the need for reassessment becomes inevitable, with delays and disruptions slowing down the forward momentum. For leaders in Europe, this astrological shift demands a balance between ambition and reflection. Governments may need to revisit agreements, recheck the details of negotiations, and recalibrate policies to ensure long-term success. The influence of Saturn encourages them to remain disciplined in their approach, while Mercury retrograde reminds them that progress is not always linear. Sometimes, stepping back to reassess can lead to more thoughtful and sustainable outcomes. This period is a test of patience and strategic thinking. The challenge for Western Europe and the Nordic nations will be to navigate the inevitable delays and miscommunications of Mercury retrograde while staying focused on the long-term goals set in motion by the Saturn-Mercury trine. As policies are refined and strategies adjusted, these regions will emerge with a deeper understanding of the complexities they face, and with the resilience to adapt to future challenges. November 30, 2024. Long-term impacts and global transformation. The road ahead for Western Europe and the Nordic countries. As the tumultuous month of November draws to a close, Western Europe and the Nordic countries find themselves at the heart of transformative cosmic forces, ushering in a period of deep restructuring and global recalibration. The ongoing Uranus-Pluto trine and Neptune-Pluto sextile bring profound changes in financial systems, governance, and humanitarian efforts. These planetary influences signal the beginning of a long-term shift that will redefine the way nations navigate their economic futures, address social challenges, and prepare for the new era marked by Pluto's upcoming ingress into Aquarius. Uranus-Pluto trine, financial and agricultural disruptions. The Uranus-Pluto trine has been a driving force for revolutionary changes, particularly in sectors like finance and agriculture, where disruption and innovation collide. Uranus, retrograding through Taurus, continues to challenge traditional structures of material wealth and resource management, especially in agriculture. For Western Europe and the Nordic nations, where food production and sustainability are critical issues, this trine accelerates the need for innovative solutions in farming and resource conservation. Countries like the Netherlands and Denmark, with economies heavily reliant on agriculture, are set to undergo significant transformations. Expect to see new developments in sustainable farming techniques, such as precision agriculture and vertical farming, as nations work to stabilize food production in the face of climate-related disruptions. This period will also prompt renewed focus on food security strategies, as governments look for ways to protect both their economies and their populations from the growing volatility in global food supply chains. The financial systems of Europe, especially in powerhouse nations like Germany and France, will not escape Uranus's disruptive influence. As these countries navigate the uncertainties of the global economy, the pressure to innovate will lead to serious conversations about the future of finance. Governments may experiment with decentralized finance, DeFi, models, digital currencies, and alternative financial infrastructures that offer greater resilience to economic shocks. The European Central Bank, ECB, may play a crucial role in pioneering these new frameworks, as nations look to protect their financial stability amidst a rapidly changing global landscape. Neptune-Pluto sextile, humanitarian reforms and exposing institutional weaknesses. While the Uranus-Pluto trine focuses on material and structural upheaval, the Neptune-Pluto sextile delves into the realm of human compassion and institutional integrity. Neptune, retrograding in Pisces, calls attention to the humanitarian crises and social inequities that demand urgent reform. For Western Europe and the Nordic countries, this aspect highlights the need for introspection, as governments and organizations confront the inefficiencies and failings within their own systems. Countries like Sweden and Norway, renowned for their robust welfare states, may lead the charge in addressing social inequities, expanding humanitarian aid programs, and pushing for global justice. However, Neptune retrograde's influence also serves as a spotlight on corruption, bureaucratic inefficiencies, and systemic flaws that must be addressed before meaningful progress can be made. This could lead to revelations about mismanagement in healthcare systems, refugee support networks, or social welfare programs, forcing governments to act with transparency and accountability. Expect global humanitarian organizations, such as Médecins Sans Frontières or the International Red Cross, to receive increased support from European governments as they respond to crises exacerbated by climate change, migration, and conflict. Yet, there will also be a reckoning with how these institutions operate, with calls for reforms that ensure they are capable of meeting the growing demands of an increasingly interconnected world. Pluto's final degrees in Capricorn, the end of an era. The long journey of Pluto through Capricorn is nearing its conclusion, marking the end of a significant era in global governance and economic systems. Pluto, the planet of transformation and power, has spent years reshaping the ways in which nations govern, exert authority, and manage economic resources. As it approaches the final degrees of Capricorn, this transit signals the culmination of this transformative phase, a final clearing out of old structures that no longer serve the future. For Western Europe and the Nordic countries, the closing chapter of Pluto in Capricorn represents the last push toward restructuring their political and financial frameworks. This is the moment to solidify the hard-earned lessons of the past decade, where economic and governmental systems have been redefined through crises like the 2008 financial meltdown, the COVID-19 pandemic, and ongoing climate emergencies. The end of this transit asks these nations to move forward with a renewed sense of stability, ready to embrace the next phase of transformation. In 2025, as Pluto shifts into Aquarius, the focus will turn toward collective innovation, technological advancement, and social reform. The rigid hierarchies and traditional power structures associated with Capricorn will give way to more egalitarian, forward-thinking approaches that champion collaboration and technological governance. Western Europe and the Nordic countries, with their emphasis on sustainability, human rights, and progressive social policies, are likely to be at the forefront of this shift, leading global efforts in addressing climate change, fostering technological regulation, and promoting inclusive governance. Conclusion: a new era of transformation and progress. The period from November 22–30, 2024, brings both culmination and new beginnings for Western Europe and the Nordic countries. The Saturn-Mercury trine ensures structured, disciplined communication and long-term planning, while Mercury retrograde forces leaders to reassess their strategies, addressing the complexities of global policies and trade agreements. As the month concludes, the Uranus-Pluto trine and Neptune-Pluto sextile drive profound transformations in financial systems, agricultural practices, and humanitarian efforts, exposing both opportunities for innovation and the weaknesses within current systems. Pluto's final days in Capricorn mark the end of a transformative era, setting the stage for a new world order as Pluto enters Aquarius in 2025. For Western Europe and the Nordic nations, the challenge will be to balance the disruptive forces of change with the practical demands of stability, ensuring that their societies are resilient enough to thrive in the face of an uncertain global landscape. As they lead the world into this next era of collective innovation, these nations will need to embrace new ways of thinking, governing, and cooperating, paving the way for a more progressive, sustainable, and interconnected future. The transformative forces at play in November 2024 are only the beginning, as Western Europe and the Nordic countries stand on the precipice of a new global paradigm.
Eastern Europe and Russia, a cosmic shift on the horizon. As the stars align in November 2024, the astrological landscape casts a transformative light over Eastern Europe and Russia, setting the stage for seismic shifts in political dynamics, economic currents, and the embattled Ukraine-Russia conflict. In a region where history and ambition intertwine, every cosmic ripple seems to fuel the fires of change, igniting hidden forces and shaping futures in ways that often escape the public eye. This journey through the planetary movements illuminates the path ahead for these nations, underscoring how celestial movements mirror the trials and tensions on the ground. November 1st, 2024. The hidden pulse of power, Sun and new moon in Scorpio, trining Saturn in Pisces, sextile Mercury. Beneath the still waters of the new moon in Scorpio, a storm of quiet but potent transformation stirs in Eastern Europe and Russia. Scorpio, the keeper of secrets and the architect of control, ushers in an era of power struggles, deeply buried negotiations, and strategic shifts that remain unseen by the general public. Here, government corridors buzz with hushed conversations, and the hidden hands of governance orchestrate plans that could redefine borders and broker future treaties. As Scorpio dances with Saturn in Pisces, institutional reforms appear imminent, though veiled in ambiguity, suggesting that the real impact of these efforts may remain elusive for now. In this moment, the Ukraine-Russia conflict stands at a critical juncture. Behind closed doors, influential figures, the power brokers whose names rarely grace the headlines, grapple with the enormity of the crisis. Their decisions, born from Scorpio's calculating precision, will quietly sculpt the contours of Eastern European politics. International organizations like the OSCE, though operating largely out of sight, prepare to navigate the intricacies of these covert negotiations, their influence felt but seldom acknowledged. It's a moment where the stars whisper of change, but the human eye strains to see it. November 3rd, 2024. Mercury in Sagittarius, the expansion of ideals. As Mercury strides boldly into Sagittarius, the skies seem to widen, ushering in a wave of idealism and philosophical expansion across Eastern Europe and Russia. The boundaries of conversation stretch beyond immediate concerns, hinting at grander visions of peace, trade, and unity. Sagittarian energy breathes life into broader diplomatic dialogues, encouraging leaders to contemplate the future with hope, perhaps even a bit of idealism. It is a time where the horizon appears wide and full of possibility, as if the stars themselves were urging these nations to dream beyond their current struggles. However, this expansion comes with its own pitfalls. As Mercury in Sagittarius inspires bold initiatives, there is also a danger of overreaching, of setting expectations too high, especially in the context of the Ukraine-Russia war. Leaders may attempt to draft ambitious peace accords or establish sweeping legal frameworks, but the ground they stand on remains perilous. The idealistic vision of Sagittarius can lead to promises that exceed what is politically or practically feasible, straining diplomatic relations if hopes are dashed by the harsh realities of war and negotiation. Here, the EU and NATO may play pivotal roles, their influence magnified as Eastern European countries seek closer ties to Western structures, yet risk fraying these bonds with unrealistic goals. The celestial dance of power and idealism. Throughout November 2024, the planets beckon Eastern Europe and Russia into a profound, albeit turbulent, period of transformation. Each astrological transit acts as both a guide and a challenge, urging leaders and institutions to recalibrate their strategies, rethink alliances, and ultimately redefine their place in a rapidly shifting world. Scorpio's shadowy influence highlights the unspoken agreements and hidden hands shaping the Ukraine-Russia conflict, while Mercury in Sagittarius amplifies the call for broader, more idealistic dialogues on diplomacy, education, and trade. And yet, the celestial narrative reminds us of the human element, the grassroots movements, the social forces rising beneath the surface. These cosmic shifts ripple through the streets, fueling protests, sparking new ideologies, and giving voice to the people who stand at the heart of these great transformations. In Russia, a growing call for reform could echo through the cities, while in Ukraine, the resilience of a nation continues to shine amidst the turmoil. Across Eastern Europe, grassroots movements may surge with renewed energy, reflecting the push and pull between old power structures and the emerging voices of change. November 5th, 2024. Mars in Leo, the roar of power. Mars, the planet of action and aggression, enters Leo, igniting a fire that burns brightly across Eastern Europe and Russia. It is a moment where bold leadership takes center stage as political figures rise with newfound courage or arrogance. In the halls of power, this transit sparks ambition, driving leaders to adopt assertive, even confrontational postures. For Russia, Leo's influence fans the flames of pride, and Mars compels its leaders to make grand, public displays of strength. Military strategies could take a more aggressive turn, emboldened by the need to project dominance both regionally and globally. In Ukraine, Mars in Leo intensifies the conflict. The battlefield becomes a stage where both sides, driven by the warrior spirit of Mars, seek to reclaim contested territories with renewed fervor. The heat of this transit accelerates the pace of the war, pushing commanders and soldiers alike into decisive, potentially reckless actions. It is a dangerous moment where every maneuver seems infused with the energy of survival and supremacy. Meanwhile, in the capitals of Eastern Europe, the influence of Mars in Leo stirs political rivalries. Leaders and parties jostle for control, each seeking to capture the spotlight and secure their place in history. In countries like Poland, Hungary, and Belarus, where political tensions simmer, this cosmic shift may fuel the rise of nationalistic movements. Protests and social unrest could erupt, driven by a populace invigorated or enraged by the assertive energies of Mars. Leo's regal influence demands attention, and under this transit, it is impossible to remain indifferent. November 12th, 2024, Venus in Capricorn, the strategic heartbeat. As Mars roars in Leo, Venus quietly slips into Capricorn, bringing a stark contrast to the fiery boldness of the earlier days. Venus in Capricorn is cool, measured, and focused on long-term goals, especially in diplomacy and economics. For Eastern Europe and Russia, this shift marks a time of careful calculation, where leaders turn their gaze from the battlefield to the balance sheets. Pragmatism takes precedence over passion, and the goal is clear: economic stability amid the chaos. In Russia, Venus in Capricorn encourages a focus on economic endurance. Conservative financial strategies, particularly centered on energy exports, become a cornerstone of the national agenda. Russia's leaders may solidify ties with global powers like China and India, seeking to buffer their economy from the sanctions and economic pressures of the West. Energy becomes the currency of power, and Russia's control over gas supplies to Europe continues to cast a long shadow over the region's economic policies. For Eastern European countries, especially Ukraine, this transit signals a cautious but necessary approach to economic recovery. War has ravaged the infrastructure, and now is the time for rebuilding, carefully, deliberately. Western allies, while supportive, tread carefully, offering aid and loans through international institutions like the World Bank or IMF. But these negotiations come with strings attached. Venus in Capricorn insists on sustainability, on agreements that prioritize long-term stability over short-term gains. Global organizations in the crosshairs of cosmic influence. Throughout November, the influence of international organizations looms large. The OC continues its delicate mission, working tirelessly behind the scenes to mediate the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Their efforts, though often unnoticed by the public, are critical in keeping the fragile peace from collapsing entirely. In the midst of these tense negotiations, the EU and NATO weigh their decisions carefully, knowing that their choices will not only shape military alliances, but also ripple through the economic veins of the region. Energy remains a central theme, as organizations like OPEC and the International Energy Agency, IEA, take on a pivotal role. The war has plunged Europe into an energy crisis, and the decisions made in these global forums will determine the economic future of Eastern Europe. Russia's stranglehold on energy supplies continues to influence policy, reminding Europe that even as they strive for political independence, the strings of power are often tied to the flow of resources, a celestial symphony of power and pragmatism. As November unfolds, the astrological currents weave a complex narrative of bold actions and strategic recalculations. Mars in Leo commands attention, driving leaders to make daring moves and stirring social unrest in the streets. But just as the heat of conflict rises, Venus in Capricorn steps in, tempering the flames with a pragmatic focus on survival and sustainability. In Eastern Europe and Russia, the month is marked by contrasts: power versus prudence, war versus recovery, ambition versus realism. Each region, each leader, each movement responds to these cosmic tides in its own way. But together, they form a global cadence, a rhythm of transformation and tension that promises to shape the future not just of these nations, but of the world. The stars tell us that while boldness may reign in the moment, it is the quiet, calculated moves that will determine who ultimately prevails in this time of uncertainty. Eastern Europe, Russia, and the Ukraine-Russia war, a mid-November 2024 mundane astrology forecast. Mid-November 2024 is a turning point for Eastern Europe and Russia, as the astrological currents of the cosmos shift the tides of power, economy, and society. The full moon in Taurus, Saturn stationing direct in Pisces, and the potent Jupiter-Saturn square weave together a narrative of transformation, one that reverberates across the region's political landscape, economic foundations, and the lingering Ukraine-Russia conflict. As the planets move, so too do the gears of global organizations, working both visibly and behind the scenes to mediate, stabilize, and recover what has been torn apart by war. November 15, 2024. Saturn direct in Pisces, a moment for action. As Saturn turns direct in Pisces, a heavy contemplative phase draws to a close. For months, governments, organizations, and institutions have been mired in reflection, reassessing their approaches to global humanitarian issues, social services, and healthcare, especially in areas ravaged by conflict. Now, with Saturn's forward momentum, reflection gives way to action. the focus shifts sharply to implementation, especially in the war-scarred zones of Ukraine, where the human toll of war demands immediate attention. In countries bordering Ukraine, such as Poland, Romania, and the Baltic states, Saturn's direct motion catalyzes renewed efforts to manage the refugee crisis. These nations, already stretched thin, must now coordinate more effectively with global organizations like the UNHCR and WHO. The challenge is immense. Displaced populations need not only shelter and safety, but also sustainable healthcare systems, education, and economic opportunities. Here, Saturn's influence steers the region towards long-term reforms, pushing leaders to solidify systems that will endure beyond the immediacy of crisis. For Russia, Saturn's direct motion brings a somber reckoning. Humanitarian and infrastructural challenges remain critical as sanctions and economic pressures compound the nation's difficulties. However, Saturn's wisdom suggests that the time for passive reflection is over. Russia's leaders, pressured by both internal and external forces, must now solidify strategies to stabilize their crumbling healthcare systems and manage the displacement of their own people. The machinery of international aid grinds into motion, but it will be Russia's ability to engage with these efforts that determines its path forward. Full moon in Taurus, the battle for resources. On the same day, the full moon in Taurus illuminates the world's financial systems, casting a harsh light on resource-driven economies. For Russia, this lunation brings energy and material security to the forefront. Taurus, ruled by Venus, urges caution and responsibility in resource management. Russia's reliance on natural resources like oil and gas becomes both its strength and its Achilles heel. As the full moon shines, global attention zeroes in on Russia's economic strategies, particularly its grip on energy supplies to Europe. Tensions surrounding energy supplies, trade agreements, and sanctions rise to a crescendo. Eastern European countries, reliant on Russian gas, feel the pressure as fluctuations in supply and pricing disrupt their economies. The full moon's influence triggers sudden shifts in market dynamics, pushing these nations to reconsider their energy dependency. The European Union, with the European Commission at its helm, accelerates efforts to forge alternative energy partnerships. Solar, wind, and nuclear energy discussions intensify, with the goal of lessening Europe's reliance on Russian exports, which have become precarious under the weight of war and sanctions. For Russia, the full moon in Taurus reveals internal vulnerabilities. While resource wealth has long fueled the nation's global influence, the combination of external sanctions and mismanagement threatens its long-term stability. The government may be forced to rethink its approach to resource management, seeking new alliances outside the Western sphere. Countries like China and India could emerge as key partners in Russia's quest for economic resilience, while organizations such as OPEC and the IMF watch closely, knowing that Russia's moves will ripple across global markets. Global organizations, guardians of stability. Throughout mid-November, the role of international organizations becomes increasingly crucial. The OSCE remains deeply involved in monitoring the Ukraine-Russia conflict, seeking to mediate a resolution even as tensions escalate. Their efforts, while often underappreciated, provide a necessary buffer against total chaos. Meanwhile, the EU and NATO focus not just on military strategy, but on economic and social stability, aware that the region's long-term health depends on more than just the outcome of the war. Energy-related organizations like OPEC and the International Energy Agency, IEA, are also key players in this unfolding drama. With the full moon in Taurus highlighting the fragility of global energy markets, their decisions on production, supply, and pricing will have far-reaching consequences. Russia's role as a major energy supplier remains critical, but the shifting tides of the astrological landscape suggests that both Eastern Europe and the wider world are seeking ways to move beyond dependence on a single source. Jupiter-Saturn square, the push and pull of ideals and reality. Complicating matters further, the Jupiter-Saturn square heightens the tension between idealism and practicality. Jupiter, retrograde in Gemini, fans the flames of miscommunication and overpromising in international negotiations. Diplomatic talks between Eastern Europe and Russia may falter as lofty visions clash with the cold, hard realities of war and economics. Missteps in these negotiations could spark volatility in energy markets and intensify political tensions, especially as nations scramble to secure resources and stability. In Eastern Europe, countries feel the strain of balancing their alliances with the West while managing the looming presence of Russia on their doorstep. The Jupiter-Saturn square underscores the delicate dance between maintaining diplomatic ties and pushing for independence, particularly in economic terms. Poland and the Baltic states, in particular, may find themselves at a crossroads, torn between reliance on Western support and the need to establish a more self-sufficient future. For Russia, the Jupiter-Saturn square represents a clash between its grand geopolitical ambitions and the stark limitations imposed by its dwindling resources and international isolation. The government's attempts to project strength on the world stage may be undermined by internal dissent and the crippling effects of economic instability. The cosmic tension signals a period of recalibration. Russia must decide whether to continue on its current path or make concessions in order to stabilize its economy and regain some measure of international standing. The Jupiter-Saturn square on November 15th underscores a cosmic tension that stretches across Eastern Europe and Russia, pulling them between the desire for expansion and the need for cautious restraint. Jupiter, the planet of growth and optimism, clashes with Saturn's insistence on discipline, highlighting the region's struggles to reconcile lofty ambitions with the harsh realities on the ground. In Eastern Europe, this square tests the limits of economic growth as countries face the pressure to recover from war-related disruptions while maintaining social stability. Nations must weigh the allure of rapid development against the practical need for sustainable governance. Resource management, particularly in the realms of energy and agriculture, comes to the forefront. With the energy crisis looming large, governments in the region may find themselves forced to scale back on idealistic projects in favor of more conservative, calculated approaches that promise long-term resilience rather than immediate gratification. For Ukraine, the pressure mounts to balance its reliance on international aid with realistic, attainable strategies. As the war drags on, questions of economic sustainability grow louder. Aid from Western allies, though significant, may not flow indefinitely. Under Jupiter's influence, Ukraine's leaders might feel compelled to propose ambitious reconstruction plans, but Saturn tempers this idealism, demanding concrete, practical frameworks that ensure any growth is firmly rooted in reality. Diplomatic negotiations around aid could hinge on the ability to present a balanced approach to recovery. Russia, under the weight of Saturn, faces its own internal dilemmas. The military expenditure required to sustain its ongoing operations in Ukraine clashes with the economic strain of sanctions and international isolation. While Jupiter pushes for expansive military strategies or bold geopolitical maneuvers, Saturn enforces limitations. The Russian government may be forced to tighten its purse strings, prioritizing conservative financial policies over aggressive posturing. It is a delicate balance. Russia's leaders must consider how to preserve their power without crippling the economy further. Mid-November 2024. Saturn-Uranus sextile, innovation rooted in stability. As Saturn forms a sextile with Uranus, the landscape shifts toward practical reform and innovation. In this astrological aspect, discipline meets breakthrough potential, fostering a unique opportunity for Eastern Europe and Russia to implement forward-thinking strategies that are grounded in long-term stability. This moment is ripe for growth in areas like agriculture, energy, and finance, sectors that are crucial to the region's survival and recovery. In agriculture, Eastern European nations, many of which face food security challenges due to the Ukraine-Russia war, could lead the charge in adopting sustainable farming practices. This sextile encourages the integration of new technologies, such as precision farming and environmentally conscious resource management, into the agricultural sector. For countries like Poland and Romania, this is an opportunity to strengthen food supply chains and reduce their dependency on external imports, while addressing the environmental impact of traditional farming practices. Russia, with its vast agricultural resources, may also see advancements in food production and distribution. Despite strained trade relations with the West, the Saturn-Uranus sextile suggests that Russia could turn to technology to bolster its agricultural output, whether through increased mechanization or the use of data-driven farming techniques. The emphasis will be on creating a self-sustaining agricultural economy that can weather the geopolitical storm. In energy, both Eastern Europe and Russia face a reckoning. The war has disrupted global energy markets, and the Saturn-Uranus sextile provides the impetus for diversification. Eastern European countries, particularly those reliant on Russian gas, likely to explore renewable energy sources and new trade partnerships as part of their strategy to ensure energy security. The push for sustainable energy aligns with global initiatives, and organizations like the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, may play a key role in driving this shift. Solar, wind, and nuclear power could become viable alternatives as the region seeks to break free from its dependence on volatile Russian exports. Russia, too, may find itself innovating in the energy sector. As international sanctions continue to bite, the need for self-reliance grows. Technological advancements in energy production, perhaps even in areas like hydrogen energy or advanced nuclear technology, could emerge as part of Russia's long-term strategy. The balance between sustainability and resource control becomes crucial, especially as the country looks to maintain its global influence in energy markets. Jupiter-Uranus sextile, a surge of innovation and progress. The Jupiter-Uranus sextile adds a spark of optimism to mid-November, accelerating progress in critical areas like healthcare and technology. For Eastern Europe and Russia, this aspect promotes creative solutions to the long-term impacts of the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Telemedicine, advanced healthcare systems, and new technologies designed to manage the fallout from war come to the forefront. In Eastern Europe, countries grappling with the healthcare needs of displaced populations and war-injured civilians may witness the introduction of new healthcare models. Advances in telemedicine, spurred by the innovative energy of Uranus, could revolutionize how healthcare is delivered to rural or underserved areas. Doctors Without Borders, along with other humanitarian organizations, may integrate cutting-edge technologies into their relief efforts, ensuring that even those in remote regions receive timely care. For Russia, the Jupiter-Uranus sextile could inspire advancements in healthcare infrastructure, particularly in response to the nation's war-related healthcare challenges. While the country faces economic and diplomatic isolation, the potential for technological innovation in healthcare offers a glimmer of hope. New systems for medical care, particularly in areas affected by sanctions, could emerge, positioning Russia to overcome some of its internal healthcare crises. Global organizations navigating the cosmic tensions. Throughout mid-November, the role of global organizations will be pivotal in shaping the future of Eastern Europe and Russia. As the planets drive change, institutions like the World Health Organization, WHO, and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, step in to offer crucial support. The WHO, in particular, will focus on healthcare reform in the war-torn regions of Ukraine and surrounding countries, addressing the long-term health impacts of displacement and conflict. On the economic front, the IMF and European Union will work closely with Eastern and European nations to ensure that economic recovery efforts are sustainable. Financial aid will be tied to responsible resource management, ensuring that the reforms initiated under Saturn's influence lead to lasting stability. The OSCE, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, continues its delicate work mediating the Ukraine-Russia conflict, while NATO and the United Nations focus on maintaining regional stability and preventing further escalations. November 17th to 18th, 2024. Mercury trine Jupiter, a surge in diplomacy and intellectual growth. As Mercury trines Jupiter in mid-November, a new wave of optimism sweeps across Eastern Europe and Russia. The Mercury-Jupiter trine brings enhanced communication, opening doors for diplomacy and intellectual collaboration in a region rife with conflict. In the context of the Ukraine-Russia war, this aspect acts as a cosmic call for dialogue, fostering an environment where diplomatic efforts can gain traction. With Mercury, the planet of communication and commerce, forming a harmonious connection with Jupiter, the planet of expansion and wisdom, the stage is set for international conversations that could ease tensions. In particular, Eastern European countries and Russia may seize this moment to engage in peace talks, with organizations like the European Union, EU, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, taking the lead in facilitating discussions. This aspect encourages broad thinking and cross-cultural exchanges, infusing negotiations with a sense of optimism and possibility. For Eastern Europe, the Mercury-Jupiter trine may also inspire initiatives that go beyond the battlefield, focusing on education, media reform, and social progress. This is a moment where collective interests take center stage. Countries in the region may begin prioritizing academic partnerships and media initiatives aimed at fostering greater cultural understanding and addressing the deep-rooted narratives of conflict. As misinformation and propaganda have played a significant role in the Ukraine-Russia war, this transit provides a window for new media policies to emerge, policies that seek to control the spread of misinformation and promote a more cooperative international narrative. In the realm of education, there is potential for renewed academic exchanges between Russia, Eastern Europe, and Western nations. These collaborations could focus on rebuilding trust and cultivating future leaders who are committed to diplomacy and peace-building. Jupiter's expansive influence promotes intellectual growth, and during this transit, we may see a surge in international educational programs aimed at healing the divides that have fragmented the region. Saturn-Venus trine, stabilizing economic and diplomatic foundations. As the Mercury-Jupiter trine enhances communication, the Saturn-Venus trine delivers a stabilizing force to both financial and diplomatic negotiations. Venus in Capricorn, a planet grounded in pragmatism, aligns with Saturn in Pisces, encouraging a compassionate yet practical approach to rebuilding. For Ukraine and other Eastern European nations grappling with the economic fallout of war, this trine offers hope for long-term recovery. The Saturn-Venus trine signifies a period where financial partnerships take shape with an eye on endurance and sustainability. This aspect suggests that Ukraine may secure durable economic support from Western allies, particularly through financial institutions like the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank. These organizations are likely to extend critical aid packages aimed at rebuilding infrastructure, stabilizing the economy, and promoting resilience in the face of continuing challenges. While the war has devastated much of Ukraine's economy, the Saturn-Venus trine indicates that this period will lay the groundwork for economic recovery, focusing on infrastructure projects that are not just about rebuilding, but about future-proofing the nation against further crises. For Russia, this transit encourages strategic economic partnerships that may help mitigate the effects of ongoing sanctions. While Western alliances may remain closed off, Russia could deepen its ties with non-Western powers like China and India, seeking to strengthen its economic position on the global stage. The Saturn-Venus trine urges Russia to prioritize stability, leveraging its resources and partnerships to secure long-term economic viability. This may manifest in energy trade deals, technological exchanges, or investment agreements that help Russia weather its current challenges while looking toward the future. Compassionate diplomacy, the Saturn-Venus influence on peace talks. In the diplomatic realm, the Saturn-Venus trine encourages a more compassionate approach to conflict resolution. Saturn's presence in Pisces brings a deeper, more empathetic tone to discussions, urging all parties to approach the table with a willingness to engage in meaningful, long-term negotiations. This period could see Ukraine, Russia, and international mediators making strides toward formalized peace agreements or, at the very least, de-escalation pacts that stabilize the region. The trine's influence suggests that even the most contentious parties may find common ground under this alignment. With Saturn guiding the process, diplomacy is not rushed but carefully structured to ensure that any agreements forged now will stand the test of time. Venus in Capricorn, emphasizing responsibility and pragmatism, ensures that these negotiations focus on real solutions, ones that address the structural issues fueling the conflict rather than offering short-term fixes. In this cosmic moment, international mediators may take on a more prominent role. The OSCE, the EU, and perhaps even the United Nations could broker agreements that lead to lasting peace. The influence of Saturn in Pisces hints that compassionate diplomacy, grounded in practical reality, will be key to resolving the issues at hand. Economic strategy and diplomacy, a balancing act. As mid-November 2024 unfolds, the Mercury-Jupiter trine and Saturn-Venus trine create a unique window for both economic recovery and diplomatic progress across Eastern Europe and Russia. The cosmic energy pushes these nations toward responsible governance, encouraging them to prioritize long-term stability over immediate gains. In Ukraine, the focus will be on securing financial aid and rebuilding infrastructure in a way that guarantees future resilience. Russia, though constrained by sanctions, will seek out strategic partnerships to bolster its economy and maintain its global influence. Both nations may find common ground in peace talks, spurred on by the cooperative, compassionate energies of these astrological aspects. For Eastern European nations, this period brings hope for new media initiatives and educational exchanges that can reshape the region's future. By promoting intellectual growth and cultural understanding, these countries can begin the process of healing the deep-seated wounds of conflict. Neptune's Sun trine, a time for compassionate leadership and humanitarian focus. As the Neptune-Sun trine takes center stage on November 17th, 18th, 2024, the cosmic energy ushers in a period of heightened compassion and empathy, especially for regions ravaged by conflict. Neptune, the planet of dreams, ideals, and spirituality, aligns harmoniously with the Sun in Scorpio, casting a spotlight on spiritual leadership, humanitarian efforts, and the collective well-being of societies. For Eastern Europe and Russia, this transit signals a critical moment where the focus shifts toward healing and supporting war-torn communities, particularly in Ukraine. This Neptune-Sun trine embodies the energy of selfless service, encouraging global leaders and governments to embrace policies that prioritize the vulnerable and displaced. Humanitarian aid increases during this transit, with international organizations such as the United Nations, UN, Red Cross, and Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, spearheading relief efforts in the war-affected regions. The Ukraine-Russia conflict has left behind a humanitarian crisis of immense proportions, and this transit brings a renewed global commitment to alleviating the suffering of those impacted by the war. Neptune's influence imbues the leadership of the region with a spiritual and moral calling, urging political figures to rise above conflict and division to focus on the greater good. Under this compassionate aspect, world leaders, particularly those in Eastern Europe and Russia, may be inspired to implement reforms aimed at improving charitable services, expanding social safety nets, and addressing the urgent needs of displaced populations. There's a sense that the world's gaze is turning toward healing, as the planetary alignment fosters deeper empathy for those suffering the most. Humanitarian leadership and global influence. In this cosmic climate, spiritual and humanitarian leaders are poised to make a significant impact. Figures like Pope Francis, known for his calls for peace and compassion, may take an even more prominent role in urging nations to embrace reconciliation and work toward peaceful solutions to the ongoing conflict. Spiritual guidance under Neptune's influence calls for forgiveness, understanding, and a collective movement toward unity, and leaders aligned with these ideals will find their voices amplified during this time. In addition to religious leaders, humanitarian organizations gain traction as the world responds to the Neptune-Sun trine's call for action. This period is marked by a surge in donations, volunteerism, and international efforts to rebuild communities devastated by war. Aid programs focus on everything from medical care to food security, providing a lifeline for civilians who have endured immense hardship. The cooperative spirit of this transit encourages nations and organizations to put aside political differences to address the shared responsibility of caring for those in need. Spiritual and moral reforms in governance. The Neptune-Sun trine also brings attention to the moral responsibilities of governments. Under this influence, leaders may be inspired to rethink their approaches to governance, placing greater emphasis on humanitarian values and the well-being of society as a whole. Reforms in governance, driven by this compassionate energy, could focus on improving access to healthcare, education, and housing for displaced populations, as well as ensuring the protection of human rights. In both Russia and Eastern Europe, this transit signals a potential shift toward policies that reflect spiritual and moral considerations, especially in relation to how governments address the aftermath of war. Social services and charitable organizations may expand during this time, with a focus on long-term solutions for the war's lasting impact on civilian populations. Governments may also collaborate more closely with international humanitarian agencies to create frameworks for rebuilding and social stability. This transit invites leaders to embrace a higher vision for society, one that prioritizes compassion, healing, and the collective good over political gain or military strategy. The role of global organizations, guardians of stability and compassion. Throughout this transformative period, global organizations play a pivotal role in shaping the geopolitical and social landscape of Eastern Europe and Russia. As the Neptune-Sun trine fosters empathy and humanitarian action, institutions like the UN and the Red Cross intensify their efforts to address the war's devastating impact on civilians. These organizations, driven by compassion, work to ensure that displaced populations, refugees, and the most vulnerable receive the care and resources they desperately need. Simultaneously, the European Union, EU, NATO, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, continue their critical work in mediating the Ukraine-Russia conflict, capitalizing on the cooperative energy fostered by the Mercury-Jupiter trine. The Saturn-Venus trine supports economic stability, with the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and World Bank providing the financial aid necessary to rebuild and stabilize economies affected by war. These efforts, combined with the humanitarian focus brought by Neptune, create a holistic approach to recovery that addresses both the immediate needs of the war's victims and the long-term sustainability of the region, a compassionate shift toward peace. As the Neptune-Sun trine unfolds, the emphasis on spiritual leadership and humanitarian values brings hope to a region that has long been embroiled in conflict. The stars suggest that there is a growing recognition of the importance of compassion, empathy, and healing in shaping the future of Eastern Europe and Russia. With the involvement of global organizations, spiritual leaders, and compassionate governments, this period offers a rare opportunity to rebuild not just infrastructure, but also trust, hope, and human dignity. In this cosmic moment, the path toward peace and reconciliation seems more attainable. As leaders turn their attention to humanitarian issues, and as global organizations unite in their efforts to support and heal those affected by war, the Neptune-Sun trine offers a vision of a world where compassion and empathy guide the decisions of nations. Sun in Sagittarius, a diplomatic shift and legal reforms. As the Sun enters Sagittarius on November 22, 2024, the cosmic energy turns its attention to diplomacy, legal reforms, and intellectual growth, setting the stage for international cooperation and expansive negotiations. Sagittarius, ruled by the optimistic and far-reaching Jupiter, fuels a global desire for growth and resolution. For Eastern Europe and Russia, this transit marks a pivotal moment where diplomatic initiatives and legal frameworks gain prominence, especially in addressing the ongoing Ukraine-Russia conflict. This is a period where peace talks may be reignited, driven by the Sagittarian quest for truth and justice. Both Ukraine and Russia could seek to establish legal frameworks to resolve long-standing territorial disputes, war crimes, and the rights of refugees. Under the expansive energy of Sagittarius, the focus will likely shift toward finding lasting legal solutions that transcend immediate conflict. Organizations such as the European Union, EU, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, will likely be at the forefront of these diplomatic efforts, mediating peace talks and facilitating discussions on international law. Sagittarius also emphasizes international trade and legal reform. This influence suggests that Eastern European countries, particularly Poland, Romania, and the Baltic states, may engage in new trade agreements aimed at boosting their economies through Western alliances. These countries, eager to secure their economic futures, could pursue partnerships that strengthen ties with the European Union and NATO, aligning themselves more closely with Western economic systems. For Russia, the Sun's transit through Sagittarius may open new pathways for international partnerships, particularly with non-Western powers such as China or India. These alliances could be shaped by trade agreements or diplomatic cooperation as Russia seeks to mitigate the effects of Western sanctions and solidify its position in global markets. Within individual nations, Sagittarius inspires legal reforms focused on governance and human rights. There may be an emphasis on strengthening judicial systems to handle war crimes and other violations stemming from the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Leaders will be called upon to enact reforms that reflect the justice-seeking spirit of Sagittarius, ensuring that legal structures can support both peace and humanitarian recovery. Moon in Leo, national pride and leadership in the spotlight. As the sun's influence shifts toward diplomacy, the moon in Leo brings the emotional intensity of leadership and national pride into sharp focus. Leo, ruled by the sun, symbolizes authority, leadership, and public expression, creating a cosmic environment where the spotlight shines brightly on public figures across Eastern Europe and Russia. This lunar transit heightens emotional investment in leadership. Leaders will be expected to embody strength, charisma, and confidence, while their actions will be scrutinized more intensely than ever. In Russia, the moon in Leo could amplify nationalistic sentiment. Leaders, including President Putin, may seek to rally the public with patriotic events or rhetoric designed to reinforce national pride. Leo's energy encourages public displays of strength, making this an opportune time for government-led celebrations that highlight Russia's resilience in the face of international pressure. However, with heightened public expectations, any perceived weakness or failure to live up to these ideals could spark internal dissent or even protests. The Leo moon demands unwavering confidence, and leaders who fail to project this aura of stability may face backlash from their own people. In Ukraine, the moon in Leo could elevate charismatic leaders who can channel the energy of Leo's leadership to inspire collective resolve. Public figures who embody Leo's qualities of strength and courage will likely gain popular support as citizens look for leaders who can confidently guide them through the continued hardships of war and recovery. National celebrations, political speeches, or symbolic acts of leadership during this time could unite the nation, fostering a sense of pride and shared purpose. Alternatively, if leadership falls short, this same energy could ignite heated debates and internal divisions, as the public demands more from those in power. The Leo moon suggests a period where leadership and national identity are intertwined, and the emotional connection between leaders and their citizens will be more profound than usual. Leaders who can effectively channel Leo's bold energy may emerge as unifying figures, capable of guiding their nations through the complexities of war and diplomacy. However, those who falter under Leo's bright spotlight risk alienating their people, as public sentiment sways strongly with the tides of emotional investment. The intersection of diplomacy and leadership. Together, the sun in Sagittarius and the moon in Leo create a dynamic interplay between diplomacy, leadership, and public sentiment. While the sun encourages legal negotiations and international cooperation, the Leo moon insists that leaders must rise to the occasion with confidence and charisma. This is a time when bold leadership and diplomatic strategy go hand in hand, as the future of Eastern Europe and Russia hinges on their ability to navigate the complexities of peace talks, economic recovery, and national unity. Eastern European nations, particularly those aligning with Western powers, may find themselves balancing diplomatic negotiations with the need to reassure their citizens that leadership is both competent and strong. In Russia, the stakes are equally high, as leaders attempt to bolster national pride while maintaining diplomatic relations with international allies and adversaries alike. Leo rising and Taurus mid-heaven, a call for self-expression and stability. As the sun enters Sagittarius, the Leo ascendant in the chart for this ingress elevates the importance of self-expression, leadership, and national identity, particularly for the nations of Eastern Europe and Russia. Leo rising shines a spotlight on sovereignty, encouraging these nations to assert their independence and pride on the global stage. For countries embroiled in the Ukraine-Russia conflict, the Leo ascendant inspires a surge of emotional intensity and resilience as they seek to reaffirm their place in international forums. This could manifest as more assertive political stances, especially for Ukraine and its allies, who may use this moment to showcase their determination to preserve national sovereignty in the face of external threats. In this cosmic climate, Eastern European nations are likely to emphasize their independence, rallying support both domestically and internationally. The Leo rising energy calls upon these countries to lead with confidence, using national pride to fuel their diplomatic efforts. Leaders in these regions may rise to the occasion, embodying the bold, charismatic traits of Leo. Channeling this into fiery speeches and patriotic initiatives that resonate deeply with their populations. However, the challenge lies in balancing this surge of national fervor with the practical realities of governance, especially as the Taurus midheaven comes into play. The Taurus midheaven in this chart directs attention to financial stability, sustainable resource management, and long-term economic planning. While the Leo ascendant brings passion and pride to the forefront, Taurus on the midheaven serves as a reminder that economic stability and pragmatism are key to sustaining this momentum. This is a critical period for Eastern European countries and Russia to focus on their long-term financial health and resource management strategies, ensuring that national pride is supported by a solid economic foundation. For Russia, the Taurus midheaven may push leaders to reassess the nation's reliance on energy exports, particularly as sanctions continue to strain its economy. The pressure to develop sustainable economic strategies becomes more pronounced, especially as Western sanctions deepen, and Russia looks to diversify its economic base. This could be a time where Russia explores non-Western partnerships more aggressively, securing trade deals or investments that help stabilize its economy in the long run. In Ukraine and its allied nations, the Taurus midheaven underscores the importance of economic rebuilding and infrastructure investments. For Ukraine, the focus is not only on winning the war, but also on reconstructing and stabilizing the economy in the aftermath. International financial aid, strategic investments, and rebuilding initiatives may take center stage as Ukraine seeks to secure its future with the help of global partners. The practical energy of Taurus encourages Ukraine and its allies to take a methodical approach to recovery, balancing the emotional and political energy of Leo with grounded economic decisions. Implications for the Ukraine-Russia war and global organizations. The combination of the Sun in Sagittarius and the Moon in Leo, with Leo rising and the Taurus midheaven, creates a powerful moment for leaders to inspire their populations, while also taking responsibility for their nation's economic stability and prosperity. This astrological alignment suggests that diplomatic efforts to resolve the Ukraine-Russia war could intensify during this period, with a particular focus on international legal frameworks and economic rebuilding. The influence of Leo and Sagittarius suggests that leaders on both sides of the conflict will feel emboldened, driven by national pride and a desire to assert control over their destinies. However, the emotional charge of the Leo moon also raises the risk of nationalistic posturing, which could complicate diplomatic negotiations. Leaders may feel the pressure to project strength to their domestic audiences, possibly delaying or complicating peace talks due to the need to maintain face in the eyes of their people. At the same time, the Taurus midheaven serves as a grounding influence, reminding both sides that economic recovery and long-term stability must be part of any negotiation. Practical discussions about rebuilding economies, managing resources, and securing financial support will be just as important as political agreements. This is where global organizations such as the European Union, EU, NATO, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, will play a pivotal role in mediating diplomatic discussions and providing the financial and legal frameworks necessary for lasting peace. The United Nations, UUN, may also step in more actively, particularly in addressing the humanitarian concerns that continue to affect millions in the region. The Sagittarius influence encourages global organizations to adopt a big-picture perspective, thinking globally and acting collaboratively. Humanitarian organizations such as the Red Cross and Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, are likely to intensify their efforts in war-torn areas, providing essential aid to displaced populations and ensuring that humanitarian relief reaches those most in need. November 22-25, 2024. Saturn-Mercury trine structured communication and diplomacy. The Saturn-Mercury trine on November 22nd to 25th, 2024 offers a rare window for disciplined and focused communication and diplomatic efforts, particularly in relation to the Ukraine-Russia war. This aspect combines the practical, grounded energy of Saturn in Pisces with the expansive philosophical outlook of Mercury in Sagittarius, creating an ideal environment for structured discussions that emphasize long-term stability and realistic solutions. For Eastern Europe and Russia, this astrological alignment signals a productive time for negotiations surrounding the intricacies of ceasefire agreements, border settlements, and humanitarian policies. With Saturn's influence bringing discipline and responsibility, and Mercury in Sagittarius encouraging open-mindedness and broad perspectives, both sides of the conflict may find themselves more willing to engage in serious, thoughtful discourse. The atmosphere is ripe for detailed policy development, where realism and practicality guide the discussions. International organizations like the OSCE, United Nations, UUN, and European Union, EU, are likely to play pivotal roles in mediating these talks. Their involvement could help craft diplomatic frameworks that focus not only on immediate resolutions, but also on long-term reconstruction efforts for the war-torn region. With the Saturn-Mercury trine, there's a growing awareness that the solutions discussed now must be sustainable, aimed at peace and stability that will endure for years to come. For the broader Eastern European region, the Saturn-Mercury trine also brings a focus on restructuring economic and governance systems. Countries like Ukraine, Poland, and the Baltic states may begin laying the groundwork for rebuilding efforts, concentrating on infrastructure, healthcare systems, and legal frameworks that support resilience in the face of ongoing political and economic instability. For Russia, this transit offers a time to reassess diplomatic strategies, particularly in light of economic pressures stemming from international sanctions and geopolitical isolation. Saturn's influence encourages long-term planning and a pragmatic approach to stabilizing the nation's position in the global arena. November 25th, 2024. Mercury retrograde. Reassessment of communication and agreements. As Mercury stations retrograde on November 25th, the forward momentum of negotiations and diplomatic agreements slows, signaling a period of reassessment and reflection. Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius urges nations to revisit previous agreements, reconsider their diplomatic strategies, and reflect on communication policies to ensure that they align with realistic outcomes. For the Ukraine-Russia war, this retrograde may introduce delays in the implementation of agreements previously reached. Issues that were previously overlooked could come to light, forcing leaders and diplomats to return to the negotiation table to refine or even renegotiate key aspects of ceasefires, territorial settlements, or humanitarian agreements. While this may feel frustrating, it's a necessary period for catching potential missteps and ensuring that the terms agreed upon are solid and enduring. Expect logistical challenges as Mercury retrograde traditionally disrupts travel, trade, and communication networks, all of which are vital in war-affected regions. This could result in delays in the distribution of aid, transportation issues, and communication breakdowns along borders and within areas still experiencing conflict. Countries like Poland and Romania, heavily involved in mediating the conflict and coordinating humanitarian relief, may experience difficulties with diplomatic missions and aid delivery during this time. Patience and adaptability will be crucial to navigating these disruptions effectively. This period is also marked by the need for reassessment of educational and legal policies. With Sagittarius governing higher education and international law, nations may find themselves reflecting on legal frameworks concerning refugees, human rights, and border security in the context of the ongoing war. This is a time for governments in Eastern Europe to revisit and refine their laws in these areas, ensuring that they align with the region's shifting geopolitical landscape and the evolving humanitarian crisis. Educational policies may also come under scrutiny, particularly those designed to prepare future generations for the challenges of a post-conflict world. Eastern European nations may focus on restructuring curricula, emphasizing diplomacy, international relations, and the economic rebuilding needed to navigate the complexities of a region affected by war. Revisiting educational standards during this period could help ensure that the next generation of leaders is equipped with the skills and knowledge necessary to foster peace and stability in the future. Navigating Mercury retrograde, reflection and preparation. While Mercury retrograde can introduce setbacks and delays, it also offers a valuable opportunity for reflection and course correction. For the Ukraine-Russia conflict, this period encourages both sides to slow down, reassess their strategies, and ensure that any agreements reached are robust and practical. It's a time to fine-tune diplomatic efforts and address hidden issues before they become larger problems. For Eastern European nations, particularly those acting as mediators or allies, Mercury retrograde presents an opportunity to review policies related to diplomacy, trade, and humanitarian aid. Delays in aid distribution or disruptions in communication, while challenging, provide the space to rethink how these efforts can be improved in the future. As the region reflects on education and legal reforms, Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius calls for a thoughtful approach to higher learning and legal systems that can adapt to the region's complex geopolitical dynamics. Nations may use this time to review how refugee laws and border security policies align with the broader vision of international cooperation and peace building. A time of reassessment. Moving forward with clarity. Though Mercury retrograde often brings disruptions, it ultimately serves as a catalyst for clarity. The period from November 25, 2024 onward invites nations in Eastern Europe and Russia to revisit, reflect, and prepare for the next stage of their diplomatic journeys. The retrograde forces a pause, giving leaders the chance to ensure that their strategies, agreements, and communications are fully aligned with their long-term goals. Global organizations will continue to play an essential role during this time, offering support and mediation as the region navigates the challenges brought by Mercury retrograde. The key is to approach this period with patience, knowing that the delays and revisions are a necessary part of reaching a more stable, sustainable resolution to the ongoing conflict. By the end of this retrograde cycle, Eastern Europe and Russia may find themselves better prepared for the road ahead, having used this time to refine their strategies, address hidden issues, and lay the groundwork for lasting peace and economic recovery. November 30th, 2024. Uranus-Pluto. Trine and Neptune-Pluto sextile. Deep transformations in governance and financial systems. As November 2024 draws to a close, two powerful planetary alignments, the Uranus-Pluto trine and the Neptune-Pluto sextile, initiate sweeping, transformative changes across global power structures, financial systems, and models of governance. These aspects signal the culmination of long-standing cycles, pushing Eastern Europe, Russia, and the broader world toward necessary shifts in sustainability, innovation, and humanitarian responsibility. Uranus-Pluto trine, disrupting economic systems and rebuilding sustainability. The Uranus-Pluto trine, with Uranus retrograde in Taurus and Pluto in Capricorn, marks a profound shift in how nations, especially those in Eastern Europe and Russia, approach economic stability. Uranus, the planet of sudden change and innovation, trine Pluto, the force of deep transformation, suggests that traditional financial models, particularly those reliant on resource-based economies, are being upended. For Russia, this transit compels a reassessment of its long-held economic dependency on oil and gas exports, especially as sanctions continue to erode its financial foundations. Uranus retrograde in Taurus implies that conventional methods of resource management are no longer viable, pushing Russia toward unconventional financial strategies and new alliances with non-Western nations to sustain its economy. The trine indicates that these economic shifts, while disruptive, offer opportunities for innovation in renewable energy and agriculture, aligning with global trends toward sustainability. For Eastern European nations, particularly those still grappling with the consequences of the Ukraine-Russia war, the Uranus-Pluto trine inspires bold investments in sustainable agriculture, renewable energy, and infrastructure rebuilding. These nations, especially Ukraine, are being driven to reduce their dependence on external powers by investing in self-sustaining industries. The trine's transformative energy promotes a forward-looking approach, encouraging governments to restructure industries to ensure long-term viability in a world increasingly focused on environmental and economic sustainability. Neptune-Pluto sextile, humanitarian reforms and ethical governance. Simultaneously, the Neptune-Pluto sextile brings a more spiritual and humanitarian dimension to these transformations. Neptune retrograde in Pisces, in sextile to Pluto in Capricorn, reveals the weaknesses and deceptions within global governance and financial systems, pushing for ethical reforms and greater transparency. In the context of the Ukraine-Russia war, this aspect may lead to the exposure of previously hidden information, particularly concerning the suffering caused by the conflict and the humanitarian crisis it has exacerbated. Under this influence, global leaders and institutions are encouraged to take more compassionate stances in their diplomatic efforts. There may be a growing demand for accountability in addressing the war crimes, displacement, and humanitarian abuses that have occurred during the conflict. Humanitarian organizations such as the International Red Cross, Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, and the UN's humanitarian divisions will likely intensify their operations, driven by the urgent need to address the war's devastating impacts on millions of civilians. This sextile also supports governance reforms, with Neptune's influence in Pisces calling for policies that are rooted in compassion, ethics, and a commitment to the collective good. For both Russia and Eastern European nations, this could mean a re-evaluation of their government structures, ensuring that humanitarian concerns are prioritized in post-conflict reconstruction efforts. As the Neptune-Pluto sextile encourages a spiritual awakening, nations may move toward more inclusive, ethical, and progressive governance models. Long-term impacts and Pluto's transition into Aquarius in 2025. As Pluto moves through the final degrees of Capricorn, the world stands on the precipice of a profound transformation. Pluto's journey through Capricorn over the past decade has reshaped global power dynamics, economic systems, and governance structures, bringing about the consolidation of authority and the restructuring of traditional institutions. As Pluto prepares to transition into Aquarius in 2025, the conclusion of its influence in Capricorn marks the end of an era, one defined by corporate power, authoritarian governance, and conservative economic models. For Eastern Europe and Russia, Pluto's final influence in Capricorn signals the last stages of deep political and economic restructuring. The Uranus-Pluto trine and Neptune-Pluto sextile represent the final shifts in these structures before Pluto fully enters Aquarius, a transit that will bring collective innovation, social progress, and technological advancement to the forefront of global priorities. This transition into Aquarius is likely to herald the beginning of a new era for nations involved in the Ukraine-Russia war, with a focus on rebuilding societies in more inclusive, progressive, and sustainable way. In Russia, the pressure for change may lead to a dramatic shift in its governance model, moving away from authoritarian structures and embracing a more decentralized, technologically driven society. The potential for democratic reforms or technocratic innovations could redefine the way Russia interacts with both its people and the global community. In Eastern Europe, Pluto's ingress into Aquarius may inspire political transformations that emphasize social equality, innovation, and environmental sustainability. Nations such as Ukraine, Poland, and the Baltic states could see greater efforts to modernize their political systems, driven by the need to rebuild societies that have been profoundly affected by the war. This transition also aligns with global movements toward clean energy, digitalization, and technological innovation. International organizations such as the EU, NATO, and the OSCE will continue to evolve in response to these shifts, adapting their strategies and frameworks to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world. As Pluto enters Aquarius, these institutions may focus on collective advancement, fostering cooperative efforts in areas such as technology, human rights, and sustainable development. Conclusion: a period of profound transformation. The astrological transits from November 22 to 30, 2024 mark a period of deep reflection, structured communication, and transformative change for Eastern Europe, Russia, and the broader world. The Saturn-Mercury trine encourages disciplined diplomacy, while Mercury retrograde calls for reassessment of agreements and policies. As the month concludes, the Uranus-Pluto trine and Neptune-Pluto sextile drive sweeping changes in governance, finance, and humanitarian efforts, signaling the conclusion of a long cycle of restructuring before Pluto's ingress into Aquarius in 2025. For Eastern Europe and Russia, these transits highlight the urgent need for sustainable solutions, compassionate governance, and innovative approaches to the economic and political challenges of the modern era. The influence of Pluto signals that profound changes are on the horizon, as the world prepares to enter a new era defined by collective advancement, technological progress, and social reform. As global organizations and nations alike navigate these profound shifts, the path forward points toward a future where inclusivity, sustainability, and cooperation become the guiding principles of governance and diplomacy in a rapidly evolving world.
Mundane astrology forecast for Asia and Central Asia, unraveling the tensions of China-Taiwan and China-India conflicts. November 1, 2024, Sun and New Moon in Scorpio trine Saturn in Pisces, sextile Mercury. The month of November begins with an astrological force as dark as the depths of Scorpio itself, as the Sun and New Moon align, weaving an intricate trine with Saturn in Pisces and forming a secretive sextile to Mercury. Like the hidden undercurrents of a river, These transits stir the unseen forces shaping political landscapes across Asia and Central Asia. Scorpio, the master of secrets, calls forth power struggles, none more evident than in the intense disputes between China, Taiwan, and the precarious border shared with India. The Scorpio sun casts its shadow on resource management and political authority, urging nations like China and India to quietly assess their positions. While public declarations may be subdued, covert negotiations behind closed doors could be underway. Diplomatic chess pieces move slowly but with purpose. This period could see treaties discussed in whispers, the details veiled from public scrutiny. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, a quiet giant in the region, may play a pivotal but concealed role in stabilizing tensions, especially between China and India. Meanwhile, ASEAN watches the Taiwan conflict with a sharp eye, potentially stepping into a role as a diplomatic mediator, quietly orchestrating dialogues that the public may never witness. Financial systems in Central Asia brace for Scorpio's transformative touch. Countries like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, woven deeply into China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, begin re-evaluating their economic infrastructure. The growing uncertainty in global markets forces a reconsideration of energy and resource management. In the heart of the steppes, strategies evolve, and allegiances solidify, as these nations deepen their ties with Beijing. Energy corridors, once planned with precision, may shift, bending under the weight of international pressure. November 3, 2024. Mercury and Sagittarius, the broadening horizon. Mercury, like an adventurous traveler, strides boldly into Sagittarius, igniting the skies with expansive ideas and high-minded diplomacy. The voice of Asia and Central Asia grows louder, more idealistic, yet risks overextending in its ambitions. Diplomatic discussions now spill across borders, focusing on laws, trade, and the sweeping reform of educational systems. The China-Taiwan conflict takes on a new tone, one where words become weapons. Both sides appeal to the global stage, Taiwan, with its democratic allies, pushing harder for recognition in international institutions, while China, steadfast and unwavering, reinforces its sovereignty with a booming voice. In the cold reaches of the Himalayan border, China and India's disputes take on a philosophical bent. Sagittarius, ever the idealist, invites both nations to rethink border laws and trade routes. There is a glimmer of hope in the dialogue, yet one must beware of Sagittarius' tendency to promise more than can be delivered. The enthusiasm is there, but will concrete solutions follow? BRICS and SAARC, forums of economic collaboration and diplomacy, rekindle efforts to bridge gaps, yet grand visions may falter if not grounded in practicality. Both nations stand tall, projecting strength, but behind the curtain, delays in actual progress loom. This transit holds a magnifying glass to the promises and pitfalls of international relations. Will the optimism of Sagittarius give way to lasting agreements, or will the rhetoric rise like a balloon only to drift away in the winds of time? November 5, 2024. Mars in Leo, the lions roar across Asia. As Mars strides boldly into Leo, its fiery energy ignites the region with an intense flare of assertiveness. Leaders across Asia, especially China and India, step onto the world stage with emboldened confidence, ready to flex their muscles and assert dominance. In the China-Taiwan conflict, Leo's influence could manifest in dramatic military posturing. Naval drills in the South China Sea or forceful declarations in the Taiwan Strait signal China's intention to reaffirm its power. This is not a moment for subtlety. Under Leo's fiery reign, strength must be displayed. India, too, feels the call of the lion. Prime Minister Modi's government may use this surge of energy to reinforce its authority in border disputes, particularly in the high-altitude tension zones of Ladakh and Arunachal Pradesh. Expect a visible increase in military presence along these contested borders, as Mars in Leo amplifies the desire to dominate and protect territory. Yet, while the external power struggles intensify, Mars in Leo may spark internal rivalries as well. In China, the corridors of the Chinese Communist Party could witness behind-the-scenes power plays, as factions vie for influence under the surface of unity. Leo's boldness may drive ambitious leaders to assert themselves within the party. India, on the other hand, may face a different kind of challenge. As the Modi government strengthens its nationalist stance, internal dissent over economic priorities could rise. The balancing act between military spending and domestic policies may provoke regional political tensions, with opposition figures leveraging this moment to challenge the government's focus. Global institutions, such as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization (SCO), and the United Nations Security Council (UNSC), observe these developments with cautious eyes. Diplomatic efforts may lean toward de-escalation, but Leo's energy makes it difficult to tame the roaring ambitions of both nations. Calls for moderation might not be heeded in the heat of the moment. November 12, 2024. Venus in Capricorn, the diplomat's calculated move. Venus, the planet of harmony and diplomacy, enters the cool, pragmatic realm of Capricorn, ushering in a shift from Mars' fiery dominance to calculated, strategic diplomacy. The focus across Asia and Central Asia turns toward stability, as nations seek to secure long-term financial and economic foundations. The region's leaders, feeling the weight of global economic pressures, turn their attention to investments in sustainable infrastructure and technology. In this climate, the China-Taiwan conflict takes on a new shape. Venus in Capricorn favors diplomacy over aggression, and China may begin to explore economic leverage as a tool to draw Taiwan closer. Rather than overt threats, China's strategy might turn to subtle incentives, offering economic partnerships or targeting Taiwan's economic vulnerabilities to pressure them diplomatically. This marks a shift from Mars' bravado to Venus's quiet but effective maneuvering. The China-India dynamic also changes tone. With Venus guiding the negotiations, both nations may take a more structured approach to their disputes. Trade routes, particularly through the Himalayas, and shared infrastructure projects become points of discussion, as military tensions take a back seat to economic cooperation. India and China, though wary of one another, recognize that long-term prosperity is worth more than short-term conflicts. Here, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, and BRICS Development Bank may step in as mediators, offering financial frameworks to support collaborative efforts. The organizations behind the scenes, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, the quiet architect of stability, the SCO's influence extends into the China-India dynamic and across Central Asia's economic development. As Mars and Venus play out their roles, the SCO stands ready to step in, offering avenues for conflict resolution and economic growth. ASEAN, with the tensions in the South China Sea heating up under Mars' influence, ASEAN watches carefully. This regional body could step into a mediator's role in the China-Taiwan conflict, balancing power dynamics with a steady hand to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. United Nations (UN) sovereignty issues in both the China-Taiwan conflict and the China-India border dispute pull the UN into the conversation. Diplomatic interventions, particularly in addressing international law, may come into play, especially under Venus's influence as countries seek long-term resolutions. World Trade Organization (WTO), Mercury and Sagittarius expansive communication finds a platform here. Trade negotiations between China, India, and other Asian nations may come to the forefront, with Venus in Capricorn ensuring that these discussions prioritize financial stability and long-term agreements. Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, with Venus steering the region's focus toward pragmatic financial planning, the AIIB becomes central to facilitating long-term infrastructure projects. Its role in the Belt and Road Initiative will influence Central Asia, shaping the economic landscape and solidifying China's influence in the region. November 15, 2024, Saturn direct, full moon in Taurus, and Jupiter-Saturn square, a turning point for Asia and Central Asia. As Saturn finally stations direct in Pisces on November 15, 2024, After a long period of retrograde reflection, the region's focus shifts decisively toward action. Governments across Asia and Central Asia, having spent months reassessing their public health strategies, now begin to solidify healthcare reforms that will address the systemic gaps exposed during Saturn's retrograde. In India, China, and Kazakhstan, new initiatives centered on pandemic preparedness, mental health services, and poverty alleviation come to the forefront. The quiet contemplation of the past months transforms into decisive, long-term planning, as Saturn in Pisces underscores the importance of collective care and spiritual well-being. The World Health Organization, WHO, will stand at the helm, guiding regional efforts toward a more robust and equitable healthcare system, ensuring that vaccine distribution and infrastructure improvements meet the pressing needs of the population. At the same time, the full moon in Taurus casts a spotlight on material wealth and resources, driving nations to reassess their economic stability. The financial systems of Central Asia, particularly in resource-dependent nations like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan, brace for this lunar reckoning. Oil, gas, and mineral exports, which form the bedrock of these economies, come under scrutiny. Taurus' steadfast nature demands a grounded approach to resource management, but the volatile influence of Jupiter retrograde in Gemini hints at potential miscalculations or miscommunications in trade agreements. This could lead to economic turbulence, especially between China and its Central Asian neighbors. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, may find themselves stepping in to stabilize markets, offering solutions that keep trade routes and financial flows secure amidst growing uncertainty. In the ongoing China-Taiwan conflict, this full moon intensifies focus on Taiwan's crucial role in global tech supply chains, particularly in the semiconductor industry. As tensions rise, China may attempt to tighten its grip on Taiwan by exerting financial and strategic pressure, seeking to influence the island's valuable technological resources. This lunar energy sends ripples through financial markets, likely impacting the Taiwan Stock Exchange and broader Asian financial indices, as global investors remain watchful of any sudden shifts in the geopolitical landscape. Meanwhile, the Jupiter-Saturn square casts a challenging shadow over the region. The push and pull between Jupiter's expansionary energy and Saturn's demands for discipline creates friction, especially in sectors tied to education, media, and law. In the China-India conflict, this tension may manifest as a delicate balancing act between territorial ambitions and the shared management of critical resources, such as rivers and infrastructure projects. BRICS and SAARC will become crucial platforms where both nations must navigate their differences, carefully weighing their desires for growth against the need for regional stability. Here, Jupiter's desire for expansion meets Saturn's insistence on responsibility, forcing leaders to confront the limits of their ambitions. Mid-November 2024, Saturn-Uranus sextile and Jupiter-Uranus sextile, a catalyst for innovation. As the Saturn-Uranus sextile emerges, a new wave of reform and innovation sweeps across Asia and Central Asia. This harmonious aspect bridges the old with the new, allowing governments to blend traditional governance structures with cutting-edge technology. In resource-dependent economies like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, this energy fuels progressive changes in agriculture, finance, and energy. Leaders in these nations, recognizing the need for sustainable practices, begin to implement reforms that focus on renewable energy and agricultural modernization, ensuring long-term prosperity without sacrificing environmental health. China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, a major driver of regional infrastructure, may also see adjustments as countries along its routes seek to align their economic goals with sustainability. The United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, and the World Bank may offer support for these initiatives, fostering sustainable growth that prioritizes environmental resilience. In the ongoing saga of the China-Taiwan conflict, the Saturn-Uranus sextile opens doors for technological independence and innovation. Taiwan, a leader in semiconductor production, may seize this moment to diversify its global tech partnerships, pushing forward initiatives in artificial intelligence, 5G, and green technologies. Under this influence, Taiwan's ability to maintain its technological edge while managing the external pressures from China will be critical. The island's resilience in the face of mounting geopolitical pressure could become a beacon of innovation, showing the world that progress and independence are possible even in the midst of conflict. Meanwhile, the Jupiter-Uranus sextile accelerates financial restructuring and technological advancements throughout the region. In China, this aspect could spur a strategic push in green energy projects, as the nation aims to position itself at the forefront of climate change solutions. This may also influence the China-India dynamic, with both countries potentially redirecting resources toward infrastructure development and technological modernization. India's space program, a source of national pride, may receive a boost under Uranus's forward-thinking energy, pushing the country toward groundbreaking discoveries in space technology and scientific research. This aspect also highlights the delicate balance between economic growth and environmental sustainability. Countries like Japan, South Korea, and Vietnam may feel the tension as they strive to expand their industries while adhering to climate change commitments. The race to reduce carbon emissions and invest in renewable energy could take center stage, with regional organizations like ASEAN playing a pivotal role in ensuring that economic growth in Southeast Asia remains harmonious with environmental preservation. November 17, 2024, Mercury trine Jupiter, diplomatic progress and cross-cultural exchange. As Mercury aligns harmoniously with Jupiter on November 17, the skies open a window of opportunity for dialogue and diplomacy across Asia and Central Asia. Communication flows freely between nations, sparking a wave of cross-cultural exchanges, diplomatic overtures, and educational reforms. This celestial trine sets the stage for potential breakthroughs, especially in the strained relationship between China and Taiwan. Under this aspect, the focus shifts away from military posturing and toward the possibility of resolving issues through negotiation. The United Nations and ASEAN may serve as platforms for constructive conversations on trade, international law, and educational partnerships, fostering an environment where both sides can explore peaceful, non-military solutions to their ongoing dispute. In the simmering China-India conflict, the Mercury-Jupiter trine acts as a balm, easing tensions along the contested borders. Discussions about trade agreements and border security may take on a more cooperative tone. Both nations, under the expansive and optimistic influence of Jupiter, could open doors for cultural and educational exchanges. Organizations like BRICS and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, may facilitate these dialogues, offering platforms for open communication. The media, too, may play a role in shaping a more optimistic narrative, shifting its focus from conflict to diplomacy, as coverage emphasizes the potential for peaceful resolution. This powerful aspect also breathes life into educational reforms across the region. Countries such as India, China, and South Korea may seize the moment to broaden access to higher education or implement policies that promote cross-cultural understanding. Digital education and cultural preservation, especially in regions impacted by conflict, could take center stage, with UNESCO leading the charge. The potential for collaborative efforts in education underscores the importance of dialogue and intellectual exchange in resolving geopolitical tensions. November 18, 2024, Saturn-Venus trine, enduring financial and diplomatic partnerships. Just a day after Mercury's alignment with Jupiter, a steadying influence emerges as Saturn forms a trine with Venus. This aspect brings stability and long-term vision to financial and diplomatic partnerships, especially in resource-rich Central Asia. Nations like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, whose economies are heavily dependent on energy exports, may solidify their financial relationships with global powers, particularly in energy and infrastructure development. The Asian Development Bank, ADB, and BRICS Development Bank stand ready to facilitate investments, helping these nations chart a course toward sustainable development. This moment marks a critical juncture, as Central Asia balances the need for growth with the demands of environmental sustainability. In the context of the China-Taiwan conflict, the Saturn-Venus trine nudges both sides toward cautious but constructive diplomacy. Economic ties, particularly Taiwan's role as a critical player in the global semiconductor market, could become the focal point of negotiations. Saturn's grounded energy ensures that both China and Taiwan will take a pragmatic approach, focusing on long-term stability over short-term victories. Renewed trade talks or investment agreements might emerge, designed to foster a more stable regional landscape. This trine serves as a reminder that while political tensions remain, economic interdependence can be a powerful force for peace. Similarly, the China-India conflict stands to benefit from Saturn's influence. The trine to Venus encourages both nations to consider enduring solutions that prioritize economic cooperation over continued confrontation. Technology, energy, and infrastructure development are likely areas of focus, as both nations recognize that long-term collaboration is in their best interest. Organizations like SAARC and SCO may provide the diplomatic framework for these discussions, offering a platform for China and India to pursue mutually beneficial agreements despite their geopolitical differences. November 18, 2024, Neptune-Sun trine, spiritual leadership and humanitarian initiatives. As the Sun forms a graceful trine with Neptune on November 18, a transformative wave of compassion and spiritual awakening spreads across Asia and Central Asia. This alignment stirs a deep, humanitarian call among global leaders, urging them to rise beyond mere governance and embrace a higher responsibility for collective well-being. Compassion becomes the guiding star as governments, religious figures, and humanitarian organizations rally to address some of the region's most pressing challenges. In countries like India, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, this aspect may inspire a revival of spiritual leadership, where religious leaders and political figures join forces to combat issues like poverty, healthcare inequities, and disaster relief. This trine creates an atmosphere where people look to their leaders not only for economic policies but also for moral guidance. Temples, mosques, and churches may become centers for social aid, with spiritual values intertwining with political agendas to uplift the underprivileged. Initiatives to aid the poor, improve healthcare, and provide disaster relief will likely gain momentum, supported by both local governments and international aid organizations. The convergence of spiritual and political leadership could set the tone for deeper societal reforms, with a focus on nurturing the soul of the nation. In the ongoing China-Taiwan conflict, the Neptune-Sun trine could introduce a softer, more empathetic approach to governance. Both sides may become more aware of the human toll of their long-standing political struggle. Humanitarian concerns, particularly surrounding Taiwan's access to international recognition and health resources, may move to the forefront of discussions. Under Neptune's influence, there is the potential for leaders to consider the well-being of their populations more deeply, placing humanitarian cooperation above geopolitical squabbles. The World Health Organization, WHO, and International Red Cross might step in to mediate, advocating for improved health collaboration and access to medical resources, potentially turning the conflict into an opportunity for shared compassion rather than continued confrontation. For China and India, this Neptune-Sun trine casts light on their mutual vulnerabilities in the face of environmental challenges. Climate change, disaster relief, and food security become urgent topics of discussion as both nations recognize the shared risk posed by global warming. The Himalayas, prone to avalanches, floods, and other natural disasters, stand as a reminder of the fragility of their environments. This aspect encourages collaboration on disaster preparedness and sustainable development, with UNICEF and the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, likely playing key roles in facilitating these efforts. The potential for both nations to work together on environmental and humanitarian issues, even as geopolitical tensions persist, could lead to groundbreaking initiatives that have long-lasting impacts on the region. This Neptune-Sun trine also infuses a sense of idealism into ongoing discussions across Asia, where compassion-driven diplomacy could lead to real changes. Whether through food security programs, healthcare reforms, or disaster response initiatives, This aspect brings a spiritual dimension to policymaking. Leaders may be inspired to look beyond immediate political gains and consider the long-term welfare of their people and the planet. Organizations in focus. ASEAN continues to play a key role in facilitating dialogue between China and Taiwan, especially in trade and diplomatic relations under the Mercury-Jupiter trine, maintaining peace and fostering mutual understanding. Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, under the influence of the Saturn-Venus trine, SCO supports China and India in fostering economic and diplomatic cooperation, helping stabilize the region by encouraging long-term partnerships. United Nations, UN. This global institution provides an essential platform for diplomatic discussions on educational reforms and cross-cultural exchanges across Asia and Central Asia, particularly as the Mercury-Jupiter trine promotes expansive communication and cooperation. Asian Development Bank, ADB, as the Saturn-Venus trine solidifies long-term financial partnerships, the ADB will play a critical role in supporting sustainable infrastructure projects in Central Asia, laying the foundation for enduring economic growth. World Health Organization, WHO, vital in promoting humanitarian cooperation during the China-Taiwan conflict, WHO advocates for greater collaboration in healthcare under the Neptune-Sun trine, particularly focusing on Taiwan's access to international health resources. UNICEF and UNEP. These organizations will be central to addressing humanitarian and environmental concerns across Asia. Under the Neptune-Sun trine, they will spearhead efforts in disaster relief and sustainable development, ensuring that vulnerable populations and ecologically fragile areas receive the attention they need. November 22, 2024, Sun and Sagittarius, expanding diplomatic horizons and legal reforms. As the Sun shifts into the bold and expansive sign of Sagittarius on November 22, a wave of optimism and ambition sweeps across Asia and Central Asia. Sagittarius, ever the adventurer, invites nations to explore new diplomatic avenues and rethink their legal frameworks. This influence encourages countries to step out of their comfort zones, pushing boundaries, both figuratively and literally. The region's major players, China and India, will feel this energy acutely, and it may spark their engagement in international alliances, from the United Nations, on, to the World Trade Organization, WTO. Both nations are poised to advocate for legal reforms and international rules that support their long-term geopolitical strategies, particularly around contentious trade routes and border disputes. In the ongoing China-Taiwan conflict, Sagittarius' philosophical energy stirs discussions of sovereignty and international law. Taiwan, backed by its democratic allies, could use this time to push for greater representation in global institutions, making its case for recognition with newfound boldness. Meanwhile, China, emboldened by Sagittarius' expansive spirit, may solidify its legal stance on territorial integrity, asserting its claim over Taiwan with increased diplomatic force. The fire of Sagittarius brings a sense of optimism to these negotiations, yet there is a danger of overpromising, especially if leaders pursue lofty diplomatic goals without grounding their ambitions in realistic frameworks. In the China-India conflict, the Sun and Sagittarius could open the door to renewed efforts to resolve border disputes through international law and arbitration. The optimistic Sagittarian energy encourages both nations to look beyond short-term interests and consider the long-term consequences of their territorial and diplomatic strategies. This could manifest as renewed talks within multilateral organizations like the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, and BRICS, where both nations may seek more permanent solutions. While there is hope that legal reforms will align with international norms, Sagittarius' tendency to aim high might mean that some initiatives, though well-intended, risk faltering without practical implementation plans. November 22, 2024, Moon in Leo, National Pride and Leadership. On the same day, the Moon enters Leo, amplifying the emotional energy surrounding national pride, leadership, and the powerful bond between governments and their people. Leo's influence on the Moon taps into a deep need for recognition and respect, especially from one's own nation. For countries like China, Taiwan, and India, where nationalistic sentiments are already running high, this lunar energy brings the public's emotions to the surface, and leaders will feel the weight of their citizens' expectations. In China, this moon in Leo may spark a surge in patriotic rhetoric, particularly regarding Taiwan. Public speeches, political rallies, and media campaigns might be used to inflame national pride and rally support for the government's stance on reunification. Xi Jinping could harness this energy to assert China's strength, but the heightened emotional climate also puts pressure on him to deliver tangible results. Failure to meet these expectations could lead to a backlash, as Leo's fiery energy has little patience for perceived weakness. In India, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to feel the same pressure, particularly concerning national identity and territorial integrity. As the moon in Leo ignites a sense of pride, Modi may use this moment to reinforce India's claim to border regions like Ladakh, echoing sentiments of national unity and strength. However, this lunar influence also increases the potential for public protest and discontent if the government fails to navigate these tensions effectively. Both nations are walking a fine line. Leo demands charismatic, bold leadership, but it also demands accountability. Leaders who overreach without delivering on promises may face public disillusionment. The moon in Leo also ensures that public figures in both the China-Taiwan and China-India conflicts will be held to a high standard by their populations. In times of crisis, Leo expects leaders to not only inspire but also protect the nation's prosperity and security. Speeches may be stirring, and emotions may run high, but the real test will come in how effectively these leaders manage escalating tensions and ensure the stability of their economies and territories. November 22, 2024, Leo rising and Taurus midheaven, sovereignty and financial stability. As the Sun enters Sagittarius under a Leo rising, the themes of sovereignty, leadership, and self-expression take center stage across Asia and Central Asia. Nations in this region, particularly powerhouses like China and India, will assert their independence and sovereign rights more forcefully than ever. Leo's regal energy amplifies national pride, and countries are likely to emphasize their autonomy, with governments focusing on bolstering national identity. In the China-Taiwan conflict, China's narrative around territorial integrity will become even more pronounced, reinforcing its claims over Taiwan with bold declarations and actions. Similarly, India will heighten its rhetoric around its control over disputed border regions with China, particularly in areas like Ladakh and Arunachal Pradesh, asserting not only its sovereignty but also its leadership role in South Asia. However, as Taurus midheaven comes into play, the focus shifts from the fiery proclamations of Leo to the practical and grounded considerations of Taurus, particularly around financial stability and resource management. For China and India, economic policies will now be the backbone supporting their nationalistic agendas. This is a time when both nations must delicately balance the emotional intensity of national pride with the pragmatic demands of their economies. The Taurus midheaven reminds these countries that while sovereignty is essential, financial security is just as crucial in maintaining their global standing. Financial markets in China, Taiwan, and India may experience volatility as the influence of Taurus brings issues of resource management and trade agreements to the forefront. Global trade routes, especially those linked to key resources, will come under scrutiny, and financial reforms may be necessary to ensure stability amidst fluctuating global conditions. The Chinese and Indian economies, particularly sensitive to shifts in trade and resource availability, will need to carefully navigate these challenges, implementing policies that safeguard long-term growth. Meanwhile, in Central Asia, nations like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, heavily reliant on natural resources such as oil and gas, will also feel the pull of the Taurus midheaven. These countries are likely to take significant steps toward sustainable resource management, recognizing that their long-term financial security hinges on a balance between resource extraction and environmental preservation. Economic pressures, both regional and global, are increasing, and the necessity of planning for the future becomes ever more apparent under Taurus influence. This could lead to new policies focused on sustainable development, aimed at mitigating the risks posed by fluctuating resource prices. Organizations such as the Asian Development Bank, ADB, and the BRICS Development Bank may play pivotal roles in these developments, providing financial support and guidance to nations striving for economic stability. The focus will be on securing long-term growth and financial reforms that protect economies against external shocks. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization (SCO) and World Trade Organization (WTO) will also be integral, with trade negotiations and legal frameworks likely to dominate discussions around regional cooperation. Global and regional organizations in focus: United Nations (UN). The UN will be central in facilitating ongoing diplomatic discussions, particularly around issues of trade, sovereignty, and international law. As the Sagittarius Sun encourages global cooperation, the UN may play a key role in managing tensions in the China-Taiwan and China-India conflicts, offering platforms for dialogue and potential resolutions. World Trade Organization (WTO). Under the influence of Taurus midheaven, the WTO will likely become a critical forum for trade negotiations, as countries in Asia and Central Asia seek to solidify agreements that align with their economic interests and global trade laws. Economic stability is a priority, and the WTO will help shape how nations navigate the volatile market conditions of this period. Shanghai Cooperation Organization (SCO). The SCO will continue to act as a mediator, facilitating legal and diplomatic discussions, especially between China, India, and Central Asian countries. Its role in fostering cooperation and addressing territorial disputes will be critical in ensuring that regional stability is maintained. BRICS Development Bank. As the focus shifts toward financial stability and sustainable resource management, the BRICS Development Bank will provide crucial support to nations seeking to safeguard their economies. This institution will assist in implementing long-term reforms that strengthen the economic resilience of its member countries. Asian Development Bank (ADB). In Central Asia, the ADB's influence will be particularly strong. It will help nations like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan manage their natural resources sustainably, with an emphasis on securing long-term economic growth through financial reforms and environmentally conscious policies. November 22, 2024, Saturn-Mercury trine and Mercury retrograde, structured diplomacy and re-evaluation. As the end of November 2024 approaches, the astrological transits bring a potent mix of structure and reflection. The Saturn-Mercury trine, occurring from November 22 to 25, infuses a sense of discipline and focus into diplomatic negotiations across Asia, Central Asia, and regions engaged in tense geopolitical conflicts, particularly China-Taiwan and China-India. However, with Mercury retrograde beginning on November 25, this progress is met with the need for reassessment, signaling a shift from forward momentum to reflection, which may cause delays in trade, travel, and communication systems across these regions. Saturn-Mercury trine, structured diplomacy and policy building. The Saturn-Mercury trine presents a golden opportunity for diplomacy, bringing clarity, structure, and a long-term perspective to international relations. Under this influence, countries like China, India, and their Central Asian counterparts are encouraged to engage in serious, pragmatic dialogue. Diplomatic discussions during this period will be rooted in realism, with leaders focusing on solidifying agreements that can withstand future uncertainties. In the context of the China-Taiwan conflict, this trine may facilitate more thorough, behind-the-scenes negotiations. Although tensions will remain high, China could use this aspect to craft well-structured diplomatic strategies that emphasize long-term stability. Forums such as ASEAN or the United Nations (UN) might be involved in these talks, offering platforms for dialogue that focus on trade, military positioning, and political alliances. China's leadership could also leverage the Saturn-Mercury energy to push for detailed, strategic plans aimed at consolidating its stance on Taiwan's sovereignty, creating a foundation for future negotiations. For the China-India conflict, the Saturn-Mercury trine enhances diplomatic focus on border negotiations and security agreements. Both nations are likely to engage in structured conversations about territorial disputes, resource sharing, and infrastructure projects, prioritizing the kind of long-term planning that leads to sustainable peace. BRICS and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization (SCO) are expected to provide key platforms for these discussions, where the focus will be on practical and disciplined solutions rather than impulsive decisions. Infrastructure development, particularly projects tied to critical trade routes, will be high on the agenda, as China and India recognize the importance of stable growth for regional prosperity. In Central Asia, nations like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan will likely feel the benefits of the Saturn-Mercury trine as it influences economic planning and energy policy. These countries may take this time to solidify their relationships with China under the Belt and Road Initiative (BRI), engaging in trade route negotiations and long-term agreements that enhance regional sustainability. The Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank (AIIB) may play a critical role in these discussions, ensuring that the policies being developed are not only strategic but also resilient, ensuring economic stability for the future. Mercury retrograde, re-evaluating agreements, delays, and disruptions. The forward momentum fostered by the Saturn-Mercury trine is quickly tempered as Mercury retrograde begins on November 25, introducing a period of reassessment and reflection. This retrograde will affect communication, travel, and trade across Asia and Central Asia, leading to potential delays in the implementation of agreements and disruptions in global trade routes. In regions already experiencing geopolitical tensions, such as China-Taiwan and China-India, this retrograde phase may stall progress, requiring leaders to revisit and reconsider their prior decisions. In the China-Taiwan conflict, Mercury retrograde may lead to miscommunications or misinterpretations during diplomatic talks. Leaders on both sides may need to revisit agreements made earlier in the month, particularly those related to trade and military posturing. Discussions surrounding Taiwan's semiconductor industry, a vital player in global technology supply chains, could experience delays or setbacks, with trade talks potentially stalling as new concerns arise. International organizations like the World Trade Organization (WTO) might be called upon to mediate, helping to resolve any misunderstandings or complications that emerge during this retrograde period. In the China-India conflict, the influence of Mercury retrograde could lead to delays in border talks. Both nations may feel the need to reassess their positions, slowing down negotiations as they reevaluate their diplomatic and military strategies. Military movements in disputed border regions, particularly in areas like Ladakh, could become more prone to miscalculations, increasing the risk of missteps that necessitate caution and restraint. Trade routes, especially those linked to infrastructure projects within Central Asia, may face disruptions, impacting regional economies that rely on China's BRI for economic growth. Additionally, Mercury retrograde's reach extends beyond geopolitical conflicts, affecting educational policies and media collaborations across Asia and Central Asia. Nations that were on the verge of signing new educational exchange programs or media partnerships may now take a step back to reassess the effectiveness of existing programs. Governments might pause to reflect on whether their current educational initiatives are truly fostering the kind of cross-cultural diplomacy and understanding that they intend to promote. This reassessment period could temporarily slow down new agreements or collaborations, but it also offers a valuable opportunity for nations to fine-tune their policies before moving forward. November 30, 2024, Uranus-Pluto trine, Neptune-Pluto sextile, and long-term impacts. As the final days of November unfold, the Uranus-Pluto trine and Neptune-Pluto sextile converge to catalyze profound, transformative changes across global governance, financial systems, and humanitarian efforts. These powerful astrological aspects resonate strongly across Asia and Central Asia, heralding long-term shifts that will redefine the region's geopolitical landscape and economic strategies. With Pluto nearing the last degrees of Capricorn, we stand at the end of a significant era in the restructuring of global power dynamics, setting the stage for what lies ahead as Pluto transitions into Aquarius in 2025. Uranus-Pluto trine, revolutionary transformations in finance and agriculture. The Uranus-Pluto trine is a potent force driving deep, revolutionary changes in finance, agriculture, and technology, sectors crucial to the future of both China and India. This aspect accelerates the adoption of innovative solutions and sustainable practices as these nations confront resource dependency and environmental pressures. China, ever the economic giant, may push forward with financial reforms aimed at creating a more stable and resilient economy while also extending its influence on the global stage. This period could witness significant strides in green energy, renewable technologies, and agricultural modernization, as China seeks to lead in the global transition toward sustainability. For India, the Uranus-Pluto trine signals a time to focus on energy independence and agricultural innovation. Both nations will likely adopt policies that embrace technological advancements to mitigate the volatility of global resource markets. Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and other Central Asian nations, rich in oil, gas, and minerals, may implement bold, forward-thinking strategies to diversify their economies and reduce their reliance on natural resources. As part of these efforts, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, and BRICS Development Bank could play pivotal roles, facilitating investment in infrastructure and sustainable resource management. In the China-Taiwan conflict, the Uranus-Pluto trine brings technological advancements to the forefront of negotiations, particularly in areas like semiconductors and advanced manufacturing. Taiwan's technological superiority could become even more critical as Uranus's disruptive energy drives unexpected shifts in global trade policies. China may respond with assertive strategies to secure its interests in these vital sectors, while Taiwan leverages its technological edge in diplomatic discussions. This aspect could lead to sudden, unforeseen developments in both trade and military posturing, as technology becomes a key battleground in this ongoing conflict. Neptune-Pluto sextile, humanitarian reforms and institutional integrity. The Neptune-Pluto sextile encourages deep humanitarian reforms and promotes institutional transparency, particularly in response to the weaknesses exposed during Neptune's retrograde period. Nations across Asia and Central Asia may take this opportunity to reform their governance structures, ensuring greater institutional integrity and a renewed focus on social welfare. India, for example, may prioritize social reforms that address the needs of its most vulnerable populations, from poverty alleviation to disaster preparedness in the face of climate change. This period could inspire governments to take a more holistic approach to governance, balancing economic growth with the well-being of their citizens. Nations like Nepal and Bangladesh, which face significant humanitarian challenges due to climate change and natural disasters, could also see a rise in humanitarian efforts. Neptune's influence may prompt a collective shift toward institutional transparency and reforms designed to protect vulnerable populations. Organizations such as UNICEF and the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, may guide these reforms, ensuring that nations develop robust systems for addressing future crises. Pluto in the final degrees of Capricorn, the end of an era. As Pluto nears the final degrees of Capricorn, the world is on the cusp of a monumental shift. This marks the end of an era in which global power dynamics have undergone deep restructuring, particularly in the realms of politics, economics, and social systems. For China, India, and the countries of Central Asia, Pluto's last moments in Capricorn signify the final phase of internal restructuring, with a focus on solidifying political power and establishing new economic frameworks that will carry these nations into the next decade. China's rise as a global power and India's growing influence as a leading democracy will shape the next phase of global governance. As Pluto approaches its transition into Aquarius in 2025, these nations will emerge with technological innovation, sustainability, and social progress at the core of their global strategies. The transition symbolizes a collective shift toward social innovation, where global cooperation and technological breakthroughs redefine traditional power structures. In the context of the China-Taiwan conflict, Pluto's shift from Capricorn to Aquarius could result in unexpected alliances or new frameworks for global governance that challenge the old world order. Central Asian countries, with their strategic importance and vast resources, will likely accelerate technological advancements and social reforms, positioning themselves as key players in the global economy. The Uranus-Pluto trine and Neptune-Pluto sextile could further inspire these nations to adopt cutting-edge technologies while fostering greater institutional integrity. Key organizations in focus: United Nations (UN). With Mercury retrograde causing potential miscommunications, the UN will play a vital role in mediating diplomatic talks between China, Taiwan, and India, ensuring that discussions remain productive despite setbacks. World Trade Organization (WTO). As trade agreements come under review during Mercury retrograde, particularly concerning Taiwan's technological exports, the WTO will be instrumental in guiding nations through renegotiations and ensuring that economic disruptions are minimized. Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank (AIIB). As the Uranus-Pluto trine spurs financial and agricultural reforms, the AIIB will support sustainable infrastructure and energy policies across Central Asia, helping these nations maintain stability and economic growth. Shanghai Cooperation Organization (SCO). During the Saturn-Mercury trine and Mercury retrograde, the SCO will be a key platform for China and India to engage in structured diplomacy and reassess their positions on territorial disputes and economic cooperation. BRICS Development Bank. In the face of economic volatility triggered by Uranus's influence in Taurus, the BRICS Development Bank will play a critical role in stabilizing financial markets across Asia, ensuring nations remain resilient against global fluctuations. Conclusion: a time of transformation and restructuring. The period from November 22 to 30, 2024, ushers in significant transformations in diplomacy, economics, and governance across Asia and Central Asia. The Saturn-Mercury trine provides a structured approach to policy building and long-term planning, while Mercury retrograde necessitates careful reassessment and revision of agreements. As Pluto completes its journey through Capricorn, the world stands on the brink of a new era, where technological innovation, social progress, and sustainable governance will define the global order. The profound changes initiated during this time will reshape the geopolitical landscape, as nations prepare for the transformative energy of Pluto in Aquarius in 2025. Southeast Asia's Dance of Shadows and Light, the astrological path of transformation in November 2024. November 1, 2024, dawns over Southeast Asia with a cosmic pulse that promises deep, transformative change. As the Sun and New Moon in Scorpio trine Saturn in Pisces and sextile Mercury, the region is plunged into a period of unveiling, where secrets and shadows are dragged into the light, and hidden power dynamics rise to the surface. The Scorpion's sting, sharpened by Saturn's disciplined influence, urges governments to confront the skeletons in their closets. Resource control and trade, long the lifeblood of these nations, become the battleground for behind-the-scenes negotiations. Could this be the moment where the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, steps forward as a beacon of regional cooperation, forging treaties that promise sustainable development, energy security, and food resilience? In Indonesia, the whispers of corruption weave through the corridors of power, while Malaysia and Vietnam wrestle with the cracks in their governance. Scorpio's relentless intensity may force a reckoning. Transparency and reform are no longer luxuries but imperatives. Saturn, casting its long shadow of stability, urges these nations to secure their economic foundations. As global financial instability ripples outward, Southeast Asia braces for the storm, seeking new alliances and institutional frameworks to bridge the widening chasm of economic inequality. Here, the stage is set for Southeast Asia to redefine its place on the world stage. November 3, 2024, a new dawn of diplomacy as Mercury enters Sagittarius. 3 days later, a new energy bursts forth as Mercury blazes into Sagittarius, filling the air with the winds of diplomacy and the fire of intellectual pursuits. The region's focus shifts from shadows to the horizon, where expansive opportunities in international law, education, and trade beckon. Southeast Asia, already a hub of global trade, finds its leaders casting their gaze further. Digital economies, sustainable tourism, and infrastructure reforms take center stage, with optimism and vision radiating through each negotiation table. Sagittarius brings bold promises, but with that comes the danger of overreach. In these moments of grandeur, ASEAN and organizations like APEC will play pivotal roles, as their diplomatic muscle pushes boundaries to secure new deals that promise growth. The region's leaders, perhaps stirred by Sagittarian idealism, may announce grand plans for educational reform, focused particularly on technology and engineering, hoping to build a generation that will bridge the gap between aspiration and reality. Yet, even in this optimism, the question lingers: will these grand ambitions falter under the weight of their own expectations, or will Southeast Asia rise to meet its future? November 5, 2024. Mars roars into Leo, stirring Southeast Asia's political arena. Mars in Leo sweeps across Southeast Asia like a lion ready to assert its dominance. The fiery energy of this planetary shift ignites boldness and confidence, urging leaders to take the stage and declare their presence. For the region, this could signal a rise in assertiveness, where political leaders stand tall, brandishing their national pride and sovereignty. Bold stances emerge, and as nations position themselves more fiercely on the international stage, the heat intensifies, especially in contested territories like the South China Sea. In the waters where the Philippines, Vietnam, and Malaysia hold stakes, Mars' influence may provoke more than mere diplomatic exchanges. Expect competitive displays of power, where military posturing, naval exercises, and hardline rhetoric add tension to ongoing territorial disputes. But Mars is more than just a symbol of conflict. Its presence could spur grand infrastructure initiatives, particularly in countries looking to expand their regional dominance. From the Philippines' bold efforts in modernization to Malaysia's strategic alliances, Mars in Leo pushes the political narrative toward grand ambitions. Yet, not all is triumphant. In nations with fragile political landscapes like Myanmar and Thailand, this surge of energy may trigger political rivalries and power struggles. The lion's roar that inspires leadership may also amplify internal discord, as leaders jostle for control and influence. Will Mars' fire lead to productive displays of strength, or will it push the region into unnecessary confrontation? The balance between pride and power remains a delicate dance for Southeast Asia in the days ahead. November 12, 2024. Venus grounds herself in Capricorn's pragmatism. As Mars blazes through Southeast Asia's political sphere, Venus enters Capricorn, offering a cooling balm of pragmatism and strategic foresight. Venus in Capricorn invites a shift in focus, from fiery rhetoric to steady, calculated efforts, especially in economic and diplomatic arenas. The romantic allure of grand gestures is replaced by a sharp focus on long-term stability, particularly in the spheres of trade and finance. For Southeast Asia, this means a period of sober reflection on how to safeguard economic growth amid global market fluctuations. Nations like Indonesia and Thailand may recalibrate their economic policies, engaging in cautious negotiations that prioritize resilience. In the face of looming threats like climate change and its devastating impacts, typhoons, floods, and rising sea levels, Venus in Capricorn signals a time for countries to double down on sustainable development. Organizations like ASEAN and APEC, driven by Capricorn's no-nonsense approach, may steer the region toward solidifying partnerships focused on green technologies and climate resilience. Pragmatism is key, and leaders are likely to pursue investments that ensure long-term growth rather than short-term gains. As Southeast Asia wrestles with its vulnerability to natural disasters, Venus calls for thoughtful, structured financial strategies that can weather any storm. The region's future prosperity lies in the hands of leaders willing to build for the long haul, with Capricorn's steady hand guiding the way. November 15, 2024. Saturn direct in Pisces and the full moon in Taurus. a cosmic call for reform and resilience. As the cosmos shifts, Southeast Asia finds itself at a pivotal moment on November 15, 2024. Saturn, no longer in retrograde, begins its forward march in Pisces, bringing with it the heavy yet necessary mantle of responsibility. For countries like Indonesia, Myanmar, and the Philippines, where healthcare infrastructure has long been a topic of concern, Saturn's direct motion signals the time for action. The period of reflection and revision is over. Now, it's about building real, tangible systems that support the region's most vulnerable. Humanitarian efforts take center stage. Healthcare reforms, once just ideas simmering during Saturn's retrograde, are now ready for implementation. Governments are called to enhance social welfare frameworks, ensuring accessibility for the millions who rely on underfunded public health systems. In Indonesia, the clamor for improved healthcare access merges with the urgency to reform public services, while Myanmar and the Philippines look to stabilize their social systems amidst political and economic uncertainty. Saturn, the great architect, urges these governments to reinforce their foundations, not just for today but for generations to come. Regional organizations like ASEAN and the World Health Organization, WHO, may step in as guiding hands, crafting collaborative frameworks to address these challenges. With Southeast Asia's susceptibility to natural disasters ever present, Saturn's direct motion acts as a stern reminder that disaster preparedness must intertwine with healthcare reforms. From the structured, disciplined energy of Saturn, Southeast Asia is tasked with constructing long-term solutions to bolster public welfare and disaster resilience. Full moon in Taurus, a reflection on material wealth and economic stability. On this same day, the full moon rises in Taurus, casting its steady, earthy glow over the region's economic landscape. Taurus, the sign of stability and material wealth, asks governments to re-examine their approach to natural resources. Southeast Asia, home to some of the world's most crucial resources, palm oil, rubber, minerals, must now reassess the sustainability of its economic models. Are these industries built to last, or are they crumbling under the weight of exploitation and market volatility? The full moon in Taurus highlights the fragility of these systems, and governments may find themselves rethinking their financial strategies. For countries like Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam, whose economies heavily depend on exports, this lunar energy brings an urgent need for stabilization. Taurus is slow-moving, practical, and deliberate. Its influence urges nations to secure long-term resource distribution plans that withstand the pressures of inflation and fluctuating global demand. The Taurus full moon shines a spotlight on how Southeast Asia's natural wealth must be managed, not for short-term gain but for enduring prosperity. Jupiter-Saturn square, the push and pull of ideals and reality. Yet, as Southeast Asia seeks stability, the heavens offer a challenge in the form of the Jupiter-Saturn square. Jupiter, retrograde in Gemini, brings the potential for miscommunication and strategic missteps. While Saturn demands structure and discipline, Jupiter's retrograde movement pulls focus toward broad, idealistic visions, sometimes at the expense of practicality. This square creates a tension between aspiration and the grounded action needed to make those aspirations a reality. For Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam, which are navigating the complexities of international trade and resource management, this square could spell misaligned policies or diplomatic misunderstandings. The temptation to act quickly, under the influence of Gemini's restless energy, may lead to hasty agreements or unclear communication with global partners. Countries must tread cautiously, carefully vetting their financial strategies and ensuring every word spoken in negotiations is precise. Under the combined influence of Jupiter and Saturn, ambition must be balanced with pragmatism, or the region risks destabilizing its markets and international relations. As the Jupiter-Saturn square tightens its grip in mid-November 2024, Southeast Asia feels the push and pull between bold aspirations and the pressing need for conservative stewardship of resources. This astrological tension brings into focus the region's desire for rapid expansion, particularly in education, media, and legal frameworks, while simultaneously reminding its leaders of the limits they must work within. Countries may find their grand visions for educational reform, especially around enhancing digital literacy and tech access, clashing with the realities of fiscal restraint. How do you fuel the drive for a knowledge-based economy when resources are finite? Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand, often at the forefront of Southeast Asia's push for technological and educational advancement, may wrestle with balancing these ambitions. There's a collective desire to leap into the future, to become leaders in digital innovation, yet Jupiter's retrograde influence urges caution. Expanding too fast, without laying a solid financial foundation, risks undoing progress. This period forces regional governments to tread carefully, striking a balance between visionary reforms and practical resource management, ensuring they don't overextend themselves in the pursuit of growth. Expect intense debates in political arenas about how to proceed. Should governments prioritize expanding tech infrastructure, or focus on bolstering core sectors like agriculture and manufacturing? The tension of this square requires difficult choices, pushing leaders to find innovative ways to move forward without sacrificing economic stability. Mid-November 2024, the promise of innovation under Saturn-Uranus and Jupiter-Uranus sextiles. As the tension of the Jupiter-Saturn square lingers, the cosmic winds shift with the arrival of two powerful sextiles, Saturn-Uranus and Jupiter-Uranus. These planetary alignments offer a breath of fresh air, an invitation to harmonize innovation with discipline. For Southeast Asia, this is a rare opportunity to make lasting changes in key sectors that could define the region's future. Saturn-Uranus sextile, innovation rooted in stability. The Saturn-Uranus sextile shines a light on Southeast Asia's potential to marry technological breakthroughs with long-term stability. This is the moment for countries like Vietnam and Thailand to make significant strides in agriculture, energy, and finance. In agriculture, the blend of Uranus's forward-thinking energy and Saturn's structural discipline could spur advancements in eco-friendly farming technologies. Imagine new systems that not only boost crop yields but also preserve the environment, a critical necessity in the face of climate change. Renewable energy projects, particularly solar and hydropower, are likely to flourish under this aspect. The region's ongoing battle with natural disasters, typhoons, floods, and rising sea levels, means that sustainable energy solutions are not just a goal, but an urgent need. Under this sextile, we may see a surge in regional cooperation, especially through platforms like ASEAN, where countries unite to address these challenges head-on. The Saturn-Uranus energy fosters practical, yet innovative, reforms that ensure Southeast Asia's resilience in a changing world. Jupiter-Uranus sextile, expanding horizons through collaboration. At the same time, the Jupiter-Uranus sextile encourages Southeast Asian nations to push the boundaries of what's possible through collaboration. This is a time when regional efforts to embrace technological innovation can truly take off. Whether it's breakthroughs in financial systems or the adoption of green technologies, the energy of this sextile supports expansive thinking without losing sight of long-term goals. For Vietnam, already a leader in renewable energy, this could mean doubling down on its solar and wind projects, positioning itself as a regional powerhouse in sustainable energy. Thailand, with its focus on economic stability and development, may explore financial reforms that integrate technology with fiscal responsibility, ensuring that growth is balanced and sustainable. As the Jupiter-Uranus sextile gains momentum in mid-November 2024, Southeast Asia finds itself riding a wave of global technological innovation and financial restructuring. This powerful alignment fuels advancements in areas critical to the region's future, such as climate change mitigation, clean energy, and healthcare reform. Singapore and Malaysia, with their robust tech sectors and innovative landscapes, are poised to lead the charge, setting an example for neighboring countries. These nations may introduce cutting-edge systems to manage natural resources more efficiently, revolutionizing how the broader region approaches sustainability. With climate resilience at the forefront of global concerns, scientific research in Southeast Asia is likely to surge. Countries are increasingly vulnerable to the effects of natural disasters, making this a crucial time for governments to partner with private sectors in deploying new technologies to mitigate these risks. Healthcare, another vital sector, could experience breakthroughs as digital health technologies and AI-driven medical solutions gain traction. The Jupiter-Uranus energy inspires collaboration, and institutions focusing on environmental science and public health may receive critical funding from organizations such as the Asian Development Bank, ADB, or the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, allowing the region to expand its capabilities and improve regional resilience. November 17–18, 2024, Mercury trine Jupiter, the diplomacy of ideas and expansion. In the latter half of November, the Mercury-Jupiter trine ushers in a period of optimism and open dialogue, creating an astrological atmosphere ripe for diplomacy, cultural exchange, and intellectual expansion. This trine aligns perfectly with Southeast Asia's growing ambitions in the global arena. Indonesia, Singapore, and Vietnam, key players in regional politics and trade, will find themselves at the heart of critical negotiations, with a focus on advancing international trade agreements, sharing technology, and fostering cross-cultural partnerships. ASEAN and the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC, are likely to capitalize on this harmonious alignment, spearheading initiatives that promote deeper economic integration within Southeast Asia and with global partners. Mercury's communication-driven energy, paired with Jupiter's expansive influence, encourages countries in the region to engage in diplomatic efforts that extend beyond mere economic gain. These dialogues are infused with Sagittarian ideals, broad visions of inclusivity, cultural understanding, and cooperation across borders. During this time, new policies focused on education and media may begin to emerge, reflecting the region's commitment to global inclusivity. The potential for educational reforms that incorporate technology-driven curricula is high, with countries recognizing the need to equip future generations with the tools required for a rapidly changing global workforce. Cross-border academic exchanges, tech partnerships, and efforts to improve access to digital information all signal Southeast Asia's push towards a more interconnected future. This Mercury-Jupiter trine also opens a window for strengthening international relations. Southeast Asian nations may seek to build or reinforce alliances with key global players, whether through trade, education, or diplomacy. These efforts not only expand the region's influence but also enhance its role in global dialogues. As Southeast Asia looks outward, it positions itself as a critical player in fostering a more inclusive, educated, and technologically advanced world. Saturn-Venus trine, building foundations for long-term economic stability. As Saturn and Venus form a harmonious trine, Southeast Asia enters a phase of stability and prudence, especially in its economic policies and diplomatic relations. This alignment brings a grounded energy to the region, reinforcing efforts to build resilient financial frameworks that can weather global uncertainties. For nations like Malaysia, Thailand, and the Philippines, this planetary influence emphasizes the need to prioritize long-term economic strategies over short-term gains. In sectors such as agriculture, technology, and manufacturing, these countries may begin implementing policies that seek to ensure sustainable growth. Renewable energy projects, once considered secondary to traditional industries, now take center stage as governments recognize the necessity of securing the future. This period could see Southeast Asian nations fostering closer partnerships with global financial institutions like the Asian Development Bank, ADB, and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, unlocking new funding aimed at regional stability and economic development. The energy of Saturn supports disciplined, strategic investments in infrastructure that promise durability and long-term returns, particularly in green energy and innovation. On the diplomatic front, Venus in Capricorn, amplified by Saturn's stabilizing force, brings a pragmatic approach to international relationships. Southeast Asia's ties with global economic powers, particularly China, Japan, and the United States, are likely to deepen. These partnerships, however, will be built on mutual benefit and shared long-term goals rather than fleeting, transactional gains. ASEAN's influence grows more critical during this period, as its role in fostering economic integration and ensuring regional stability becomes a linchpin in Southeast Asia's strategy to navigate the unpredictable waters of the global economy. Governance structures will be reinforced, and countries are likely to focus on maintaining their political and financial integrity in the face of external pressures. Neptune-Sun trine, compassion and humanitarian governance take center stage. As the Saturn-Venus trine anchors economic and diplomatic initiatives, the Neptune-Sun trine introduces an entirely different, yet equally powerful energy, one of compassion, spirituality, and a heightened focus on social welfare. In Southeast Asia, where human rights and governance issues have been particularly pressing in countries like Myanmar and the Philippines, this alignment offers an opportunity for deep, transformative change. The gentle, empathetic energy of Neptune combined with the leadership-driven power of the Sun creates a cosmic climate ripe for humanitarian governance. Leaders may become more attuned to the needs of their populations, recognizing that economic and political stability is only sustainable when the well-being of the people is prioritized. In Myanmar, a nation that has faced significant governance challenges, this influence could lead to efforts aimed at improving human rights protections and fostering social equity. Similarly, in the Philippines, where issues of healthcare access and social inequality persist, this trine may inspire reforms focused on the collective welfare. Humanitarian organizations, both global and regional, will find this time ideal for advancing their causes. The United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, and other entities dedicated to disaster relief and social welfare may see their initiatives gaining traction, with governments more open to collaborative efforts. The compassion-driven nature of Neptune encourages Southeast Asian countries to focus on policies that elevate the marginalized and protect vulnerable populations, particularly in areas like healthcare access, disaster recovery, and social services. At the same time, this influence may see the rise of spiritual or moral leadership across the region. Figures advocating for greater compassion in governance and public policy could emerge, pushing for reforms that address social inequality and emphasize humanitarian values. Leaders may embrace a more holistic approach to governance, where the welfare of the people becomes the foundation upon which all other policies are built. November 22, 2024. Sun in Sagittarius and Moon in Leo, a time of diplomatic vision and national pride. As the Sun enters Sagittarius on November 22, 2024, Southeast Asia is infused with a wave of optimism and intellectual curiosity, inviting nations to look beyond their borders and engage more actively on the global stage. Sagittarius, ruled by expansive Jupiter, brings a hunger for knowledge, diplomacy, and legal reform, pushing countries like Indonesia, Vietnam, and Singapore to seize new opportunities in international discussions and trade alliances. This period offers a chance for these nations to strengthen their influence, both regionally and globally, through bold initiatives and visionary proposals. With the Sagittarian energy promoting exploration in law and diplomacy, Southeast Asian countries are likely to engage more deeply with global organizations such as ASEAN, the World Trade Organization, WTO, and the International Court of Justice, ICJ. Legal frameworks, trade regulations, and cross-border agreements may be at the forefront of international dialogue, as nations seek to reshape their relationships with global partners. Sagittarius's adventurous spirit encourages innovative approaches, particularly in sustainable trade and environmental law, areas where Southeast Asia has much at stake. This is also a time when educational reforms will come into sharp focus. Sagittarius values intellectual growth and academic advancement, prompting countries like Thailand and Malaysia, already investing in their education systems, to make significant progress. International academic exchanges and partnerships with global educational institutions may increase, reflecting the region's growing emphasis on higher education, technological innovation, and the development of a knowledge-based economy. These reforms promise to uplift future generations, positioning Southeast Asia as a key player in global education and innovation. Moon in Leo, national pride and leadership in the spotlight. As the Sun pushes Southeast Asia toward diplomatic expansion, the Moon in Leo shines its spotlight on national pride and leadership. Leo, known for its regal and commanding presence, stirs emotions of sovereignty and public identity, intensifying the people's connection to their leaders. During this time, Southeast Asian leaders will find themselves under heightened scrutiny, as their ability to inspire, unify, and project strength becomes a focal point for their citizens. In nations like the Philippines, where political life is often infused with intense public emotions, the Leo moon amplifies the collective need for charismatic and confident leadership. The public will expect their leaders to step up, embodying the strength and pride that Leo symbolizes. Whether in political speeches, national celebrations, or moments of crisis, leaders who can channel this energy to express sovereignty and unity may find themselves rallying broad support. However, Leo's fiery nature also carries the potential for conflict, especially if the public perceives a disconnect between their needs and the actions of their government. Leaders who are seen as out of touch or unable to meet the rising expectations of their populations may face intensified criticism or public dissent. The energy of the Leo moon demands authenticity, and any attempts to mask true intentions or sidestep issues may result in heightened tensions, especially in politically sensitive environments. Leo rising and Taurus midheaven, asserting sovereignty and securing stability. At the moment of the Sun's ingress into Sagittarius, the presence of Leo rising and Taurus midheaven offers a powerful astrological foundation that guides Southeast Asia through this transformative period. Leo rising emphasizes the prominence of sovereignty and self-expression, encouraging nations in the region to assert their unique identities on the global stage. Countries such as Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia may take this time to reinforce their leadership roles within international forums, proudly displaying their political independence and cultural strength. Leo's bold energy ignites a drive for recognition, pushing Southeast Asian leaders to project confidence and authority as they seek to solidify their influence in the global hierarchy. This rising energy will be reflected in more assertive diplomatic stances, with leaders emphasizing national pride and showcasing their nation's accomplishments. Whether in trade negotiations, cultural exchanges, or political alliances, Southeast Asian countries will strive to stand out and lead, ensuring their voices are heard in global discussions. For nations with rich cultural heritages and growing economic power, Leo's influence provides the perfect platform to shine. On the other hand, Taurus midheaven anchors these ambitions in practical concerns, drawing attention to financial stability and sustainable resource management. While Southeast Asian leaders are compelled to project strength and sovereignty, Taurus ensures that economic growth and long-term security remain central to their efforts. Resource-rich countries like Malaysia and Indonesia are likely to focus on stabilizing their economies, especially through strategic management of natural assets such as palm oil, minerals, and energy. Taurus' steady and reliable energy grounds the intense self-expression of Leo, reminding leaders to back their bold rhetoric with pragmatic economic policies. Governments will be tasked with balancing national pride with concrete efforts to improve financial resilience and environmental sustainability. With Taurus midheaven in play, practical actions, such as stabilizing industries like agriculture, mining, and renewable energy, are likely to shape the political discourse, ensuring that Southeast Asia's economic strength matches its political ambitions. New partnerships focused on sustainable development and resource management may emerge, providing financial security while addressing pressing environmental challenges. November 22, 2024, Saturn-Mercury trine, crafting enduring policies. As Southeast Asian nations assert their sovereignty and focus on economic sustainability, the trine between Saturn in Pisces and Mercury in Sagittarius arrives to enhance communication and policymaking. This harmonious aspect fosters disciplined, structured dialogue, perfectly suited for the complex diplomatic and economic negotiations the region will face. For countries like Vietnam, Indonesia, and Singapore, this aspect supports the creation of long-term policies designed to stabilize economies and bolster international trade. Saturn's presence in Pisces introduces a sense of responsibility and patience, guiding negotiations toward realistic, carefully considered outcomes. Mercury in Sagittarius, while optimistic and far-reaching, is tempered by Saturn's influence, ensuring that bold ideas are backed by practical plans. As a result, Southeast Asia's diplomatic efforts during this period will likely focus on securing enduring success. Organizations like ASEAN and the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation (APEC) are poised to play critical roles, facilitating discussions that promote infrastructure development, technology sharing, and sustainable resource management. Southeast Asian governments may prioritize formalizing partnerships related to these key areas, with an emphasis on long-term resilience. Policies crafted during this time are likely to have lasting impacts, particularly in areas like environmental conservation, education, and international trade. Saturn's influence ensures that these agreements are rooted in practicality, promoting sustainable growth and stability for years to come. Whether through infrastructure projects that enhance regional connectivity or policies that protect natural resources, Southeast Asia is positioned to make significant strides in solidifying its role as a leader in both economic and environmental arenas. Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius, a time for reflection and reassessment. Beginning November 25, 2024, as Mercury retrogrades in Sagittarius, Southeast Asia enters a period marked by introspection and reevaluation, particularly in the areas of communication, travel, and trade policies. For nations heavily reliant on these sectors, such as Thailand and Malaysia, this retrograde phase may introduce delays and disruptions. International travel routes, shipping schedules, and tourism flows might experience setbacks, prompting governments to reassess and refine their existing policies. The retrograde also brings attention to trade agreements previously established during more forward-moving times. Southeast Asian countries may find themselves revisiting key elements of these agreements, especially those involving international trade routes, educational exchanges, and tourism infrastructure. As Sagittarius governs global exploration and higher education, there may be a need to rethink how academic institutions collaborate across borders, highlighting any weaknesses in digital and communication frameworks that have emerged as vital in the post-pandemic world. Mercury's retrograde energy often reveals cracks in existing systems, and for Southeast Asia, this period may expose vulnerabilities in digital infrastructure and cross-border communication networks. Countries may need to focus on strengthening their technological integration, from improving cybersecurity measures to upgrading information-sharing platforms across the region. These weaknesses could slow diplomatic communications and hinder ongoing negotiations, requiring a temporary halt in finalizing new agreements. Instead, Southeast Asian governments and organizations like ASEAN will be encouraged to pause, reassess, and refine their strategies for the future. The retrograde provides an opportunity to strengthen the foundations of these critical systems to prevent future setbacks. During this reflective phase, political leaders would be wise to avoid making major decisions or signing new trade deals. The retrograde suggests a time for reevaluation rather than action, ideal for renegotiating terms, clarifying misunderstandings, and smoothing out previously overlooked details. Patience and careful consideration will be crucial as Southeast Asia navigates this period of cosmic turbulence. November 30, 2024, Uranus-Pluto trine, a time for deep transformation. On November 2024, the powerful trine between Uranus in Taurus and Pluto in Capricorn signals a major transformation in global financial and governance systems, with profound effects on Southeast Asia. This alignment encourages resource-rich nations like Indonesia and Malaysia to rethink their approaches to sectors such as agriculture, mining, and energy. The Uranus-Pluto trine brings innovation to traditional industries, pushing governments and businesses to adopt more sustainable, technologically advanced methods of managing natural resources. For Southeast Asia, this cosmic energy drives the region toward breakthroughs in green technologies and sustainable practices. Countries may see increased investment in renewable energy projects, sustainable agriculture, and financial systems that promote long-term resilience. These shifts will likely be supported by international partnerships and institutions like the Asian Development Bank, ADB, and the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, both of which may play a pivotal role in funding and facilitating these transitions. Southeast Asian nations will need to harness this energy to future-proof their economies, ensuring they are aligned with global trends favoring environmental sustainability and innovation. Uranus in Taurus emphasizes the need for technological innovation in sectors deeply connected to the Earth, such as agriculture and energy. Southeast Asia may begin to implement more eco-friendly farming techniques, diversify its energy portfolios, and adopt cutting-edge technologies in resource management. These efforts could transform industries like palm oil production, mining, and fisheries, making them more sustainable and globally competitive. Meanwhile, Pluto's influence in Capricorn demands structural reforms in governance, pushing governments to enhance transparency, efficiency, and accountability. The trine between these two transformative planets suggests that Southeast Asia will experience a period of profound change in how it governs its resources and manages its economies. Leaders may introduce policies aimed at improving governance structures, ensuring that economic growth is not only sustainable but also equitable and inclusive. Neptune-Pluto sextile, compassionate leadership and transformative reforms. As the Neptune-Pluto sextile takes hold, Southeast Asia is gripped by transformative energies that ripple through humanitarian efforts, governance reforms, and spiritual or ideological shifts. In countries facing significant internal conflicts or governance challenges, such as Myanmar and the Philippines, this aspect emphasizes the need for compassionate leadership that prioritizes the collective well-being. Leaders in the region are urged to implement reforms that address social inequalities and improve public welfare, particularly for marginalized populations. This alignment between Neptune and Pluto fuels a focus on healthcare, education, and disaster preparedness, areas where Southeast Asia, prone to climate-related natural disasters, must remain vigilant. With Neptune and Pisces guiding these efforts, Southeast Asian nations may align with global humanitarian organizations, like the United Nations or the World Health Organization, to craft policies that tackle the vulnerabilities of their populations. The spiritual growth inspired by Neptune also suggests that the region's leaders may find themselves more attuned to the moral imperatives of their decisions, promoting governance rooted in empathy and social responsibility. Jupiter retrograde in Gemini, reassessing communication and diplomacy. Jupiter's retrograde through Gemini signals a critical period of reevaluation, particularly in areas related to communication, diplomacy, and education. For Southeast Asia, this retrograde encourages a review of how nations engage in international dialogues and multilateral forums. Governments may find themselves revisiting or renegotiating diplomatic agreements, especially in sectors related to technology, media, and digital literacy, as gaps in communication infrastructure become more apparent. As Southeast Asia continues to build its digital economy, this retrograde highlights the need to strengthen technological education and media policies. Educational reforms focused on improving digital literacy and access to technology will become paramount, especially in rural areas or for underprivileged populations. By addressing these gaps, Southeast Asian nations will be better positioned to maintain their competitiveness in the global market while ensuring more equitable access to information and learning tools. Uranus retrograde in Taurus, disruptions and innovations in agriculture and finance. Uranus retrograde in Taurus brings continued disruptions to global financial and agricultural systems, which are particularly relevant to Southeast Asian nations like Vietnam and the Philippines. These countries, heavily reliant on agricultural exports, may face challenges as sustainability becomes an urgent priority. This retrograde compels governments to reevaluate economic policies concerning resource management and food security, emphasizing the importance of adapting to new environmental and market conditions. The disruptions caused by Uranus retrograde present both a challenge and an opportunity. Southeast Asia can look to global partners, such as the World Bank and APEC, for support in transitioning toward more sustainable and resilient economic models. Governments in the region may begin to explore cutting-edge technologies in agriculture and finance, including innovations in renewable energy and sustainable farming practices. By embracing these changes, Southeast Asia can better navigate the evolving global economy while securing its long-term prosperity. Pluto's final degrees in Capricorn, preparing for a new era of global power structures. As Pluto nears the end of its long transit through Capricorn, Southeast Asia stands on the cusp of profound changes in global power dynamics and economic structures. Pluto's influence over the past years has reshaped governance, demanding transparency, accountability, and more equitable financial systems. As Pluto prepares to enter Aquarius in 2025, the region will experience the emergence of new, forward-thinking approaches to governance and social progress. Southeast Asia is likely to see reforms that emphasize technological innovation, social equality, and collective empowerment. These shifts may align the region more closely with global movements that prioritize transparency and social responsibility, with organizations like ASEAN playing a key role in steering these changes. As Pluto approaches Aquarius, Southeast Asia's governments will be called to reimagine how they can harness technology and progressive policies to foster social growth, inclusivity, and international collaboration. Summary for Southeast Asia: navigating a period of reflection and transformation. From November 22, 2024, and through the end of the month, Southeast Asia will undergo significant astrological influences that drive critical changes in communication, diplomacy, governance, and economic systems. The Saturn-Mercury trine encourages structured, long-term policymaking, while Mercury retrograde calls for a reassessment of trade, travel, and education. Southeast Asian nations will need to revisit existing agreements and ensure their policies are built on a solid foundation for future growth. The Uranus-Pluto trine and Neptune-Pluto sextile foster transformative changes in finance, agriculture, and humanitarian efforts, pushing Southeast Asia toward sustainable practices and a greater focus on collective well-being. Meanwhile, Jupiter and Uranus retrogrades emphasize the need for reevaluation in communication, diplomacy, and resource management, laying the groundwork for the region's next phase of development. As Pluto moves toward Aquarius in 2025, Southeast Asia will be part of a global restructuring, with reforms that embrace transparency, equality, and technological innovation. The region's leaders and institutions must now prepare for a world increasingly shaped by collective innovation and social responsibility, ensuring that Southeast Asia remains a key player in the shifting global landscape.